Damien was never the issue. It was never him, in my observation of things, that
The
was
issue with
stirring
Damien,
stirring
the
shit up.
issue with Damien is being the Aaron brother. There's no other issue other than that.
Mm.
And I'm not saying Teddy have an issue. It's just a trust to say, like, how could I trust this guy if 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 me and his brother don't even get along like this? Timmy deserved that spot.
Yeah.
Timmy deserved that spot. That was Timmy group.
Mm.
Remember that started out as Kids at Work.
Mm.
Yeah, Timmy
Yeah,
responsible for bringing all that shit together. He brought
yeah,
it together.
Timmy. Yeah. That was
Yeah.
Yo,
Timmy
the funny
group.
shit is Timmy's idea to bring God together, Timmy's idea for Wreckx-N-Effect. Well, fucking Timmy had a lot of ideas.
No, Timmy was. That's what I'm saying. When you have a great core of people around you, it helps.
Said even earlier on, he ended up doing the We Got Our Own thing. So it
Mm.
was times like that. We were so close. We were like, Heavy was always, to me, regarded like a first cousin would be in a family.
Mm. Mm.
Our relationship with Heavy and Eddie F and them, it was always like that. It was
Mm.
always like these are like, the first cousins to the New Jack Swing core camp.
I didn't feel nervous. I felt nervous about me personally. I felt nervous about Rum Shaker being the first single, though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You
that's me
did?
personally. Yeah, I did.
I never felt nervous about, I never
See,
felt
see,
nervous
see,
about
see,
Rum
see,
Shaker.
see. This is my reasoning, because at that time, being a rapper, you always want to brag and boast. The thing is, you ain't. I didn't really want to do the booty stuff. I wanted that was Luke. That was
Oh, yeah,
Luke
yeah. You're
and
too high crew,
everybody in
yeah.
the South thing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
so 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 it
Good
was
point.
more of a
Mhm.
it was more of a, yo, man, I'm a rapper, man. This is not what us New York rappers do at the time.
You want me to address that,
Well,
Mark?
yeah, you can.
You sure you got it,
I
or
could
you want to say
piggy.
something?
Yeah, let me piggyback
You'll
off of you.
piggyback. All right.
Yeah,
Well, I'll answer that real easy. One, rap's new generation, in a lot of respects, should have never happened the way that it happened. That project should not have happened um as a Wreckx-N-Effect project. That project should have, and that was my doing most of it. That project should have been branded totally different, because it was never intended to be a Wreckx-N-Effect project.
You both have officially passed Tammy Lucas.
yeah,
Uh,
that's what I was going for. That's why I kept stretching it.
you've officially passed
That's what's
Tammy
up. That's
Lucas.
what's
Hey,
up.
tell
You've been
tell
And
Tammy we beat her.
Tammy, you've been
I
officially
never
knocked out
thought
the box.
anybody would pass Tammy Lucas 4 hours
Yeah,
at Twitter.
I
You
really
guys.
enjoyed it, and that one particular question, I'm happy that you brought it out there. And Aqil addressed it about that album.
Wrong background. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. Yeah, thanks for making it today. I just realized that I've got my when I'm not doing this, I'm a therapist, so I just realized that I just had a session and I had the wrong background. So I was like, so I didn't want it to be a therapy session.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, are you on the East Coast or where you at?
I'm on the East Coast.
Okay.
I'm actually in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh goodness, that's a far cry from St. Nick's.
Yeah, yeah. But as you can see, I always wear it. Ah,
Straight out of St. Nick's. Okay, I was gonna say straight out of
yeah.
Compton. Okay, okay, yeah. Wow. What's it like out there? Is it quieter? People in North Carolina?
It's more settled. It's more settled. There's no hustle and bustle. I mean, I'm not gonna say there's no hustle and bustle, but it's more of a settle. Like New York is a 24/7 action-packed city.
Yeah.
There's always something going on. Here in Charlotte, uh, You got your suburb area and then you got your city area, but the city is shut down by two, but you could come home and be done with your day at 8 o'clock if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I mean, I moved out of London some 8 years ago to so it called Kent, but it's like the country and it's
Uh,
quieter, no hustle and bustle. You're not hearing the planes and it's quieter and good for raising a family. I've got a young family.
that part too, yeah.
Yeah.
That part too.
How does that help your creativity then if you're out in, because I thought New York in itself was a vibe with creativity and stuff.
Well, I mean, it don't the creativity is what you have in you.
Mm.
I mean, the only thing I probably miss out on is some of the lingo that they may talk about up there. But they got their lingo down here too. Having sons, I hear it all too. So
Yeah, yeah. I guess are you sports wise then? What is it? Are is it Charlotte Bobcats and or the basketball or
it's the Charlotte. It was the Bobcats. They changed it. It actually started off as the Hornets.
oh the
Then
Charlotte
it went
Hornets?
to
I
the
remember.
Bobcats, and then now it's back to the Hornets. So they got. I'm a Yankee fan. I'm New York everything. Don't get
Okay.
that twisted. I'm a Yankee fan. I'm a Knick fan. I'm a Giant fan and a New York Ranger fan. So
Okay.
uh, all sports is New York. I still do that.
What do you?
I mean, hey, look.
Okay, okay, okay.
so
I
so
remember I lived in where was I? I lived in Alabama and then also Milwaukee during the 90s and being Nigerian. Um, the Knicks and Ewing and Olajuwon and Jordan, it was always close. It was when Jordan
now
was the
yeah, at that time I was more of a Chicago Bull Jordan fan at that time. Aqil will tell you that. But but when I started visiting other cities and I see how they rep their city and not other towns, and even when you go out the country, you see that they rep their town that their team is from, whether they good or bad or ugly.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
I'm like, why I can't do that? It's not like the Knicks is bad. They just couldn't get over the hump with Chicago.
With Chicago,
Right. So I was like, man, listen, I got to go hometown now.
well, at least the Giants weren't bad as a football team. They had those two Super Bowls, but the Jets. I mean, does the Jets come into in the call or what? Or
No, I don't do Jets. My cousin, my family, I got family members that do Jets. No, I don't do no Jets. Uh, Giants all the way. Now,
okay,
now that's what I always been a Giant fan and a Yankee fan.
okay,
But when Jordan came out, I was more of a Chicago Jordan, Scottie Pippen,
yeah, yeah.
John Paxton, Craig Hodges, all them guys. I did all that. But like I said, when I moved out of New York
Mm,
and I seen how other people, rep their city that they're from,
yeah.
I was like, well, I mean, I do it from the heart, but I can't be out here screaming, I'm from New York and liking Chicago Bulls. So
Well,
I had to change that up
I
quick.
mean, it's only I was too. I think I wasn't born when Muhammad Ali was retired, and no one saw Babe Ruth. So to be alive when Jordan was playing, and I lived in the States and stuff. So for me, it was like I y- everyone admired him, the greatest. And didn't matter if he played for the Bulls, which he did. He could have played for the Phoenix Suns, but if he was doing what he was doing, I think everyone had to appreciate that. And so Chicago had fans from all over the world just because they had the greatest player.
Yeah, they had the greatest player.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
I mean,
But
finally,
see, nobody knew he was going to be the greatest player when he first came. Now, I was a Jordan fan when he first went to the Bulls.
oh, so from when he was in Charlotte, when
Yeah, when he was in UNC, Charlotte.
UNC. Oh, so you
I
knew
mean,
him.
well, UNC Tar Heel, Chapel
Yeah.
Hill.
Oh, so you knew
Yeah,
about him then.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, UNC Chapel Hill was like the basketball team of the '80s.
Yeah, them and Duke.
Well,
So
most of
yeah,
it, like yeah. So you know about like um who was all on there? Kenny what's the name? Kenny
not Miller.
no, the one that's on the talk show with Shaq and Charles Barkley.
Oh,
He
yeah, yeah, Kenny. Oh, yeah, he went
yeah, I
to.
can't get
I
his
knew,
last name.
and
Yeah,
yeah,
Worthy on. I mean, was it Worthy?
no, goodness, TNT, NBA. That's Kenny, Kenny Smith.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kenny
Kenny
Smith.
Smith. Yeah,
I think who else played with him? Was it James Worthy that played with him?
Jordan, UNC teammates. I'll look to see because I always remember Kenny. Yeah, James Worthy, Kenny Smith,
Yeah,
Sam Perkins.
Sam Perkins, right?
Yeah, Matt Doherty, Brad
Uh-huh.
Doherty,
Bad George,
Joe
yep.
Wolf. Yeah,
And
Jim
they
Bob.
all made it to the NBA.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, where do you stand just as we finish, with LeBron and Jordan? If you were to,
Look, I mean, I think you have to put them in two separate categories. I don't think LeBron is a better player, a better great person than Jordan because Jordan had to do it in the era where they was beating people up on the
yeah,
court.
yeah, okay, good, especially against
You know,
Detroit, against the
right now,
Pistons.
if you just put your hand on LeBron, they blowing the whistle.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah,
and that don't take nothing because I mean LeBron was doing it from the age of 17, 18.
yeah,
So that don't take nothing. That you have to be great to do that. Because I've seen a lot of big kids come in the league and they didn't
mm,
last no more
they
than
didn't
5 or 6 years.
Yeah, but I think, I
Here
mean,
he is going.
yeah, but I
Go ahead.
think when Jordan, yeah, Jordan, a flagrant foul was almost like a body slam. I mean, they,
Right,
they had to slam you, and
right.
yeah, that was. I mean, now I see, and yeah, and I think the reason why the NBA is losing its international fans is because it's just people taking shots.
They just watering down the game.
Yeah,
It's just like take a 3 pointer, drive to the basket, then pass the ball out, let them shoot a
yeah,
three.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
So
know.
goodness, yes. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's it. What's with the 96? Well, who won it? Was that the Yankees?
That's the Yankees, yeah.
Okay.
That's the Yankees.
Yes. VJ,
What's
welcome.
going on, VJ?
Hi Namdi, hi Markell. How are you? How are you doing,
Um, I'm
Markell?
I'm fine. How you doing, man?
Haven't seen you in a long time, man.
Well, I mean, I see you online all every day. You and your family.
All good, man.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
Yeah,
you're you moved. Aqil was saying you moved you're somewhere
to
else now, right?
Charlotte. I'm in
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Better
Is
weather, I
that
guess.
better there?
No, it's just it's not better weather because today it was 33 degrees. Just like a month ago, we had 15 inches of snow.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize
So
that.
yeah. So we get it. We get the weather. We just
Wow.
don't. It just don't last long. It'd
It
be a
doesn't
day or
last.
two.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
from yesterday, in London, it's been warm.
Uh
Uh,
huh.
we had how many days of rain was it, Namdi? I think it was like 50 days of rain straight.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was like, what the hell's going on? Just rain every day. It's like, just stop already. But then yesterday the sun came out and it's nice and it's good. People are wearing t-shirts. I saw people in t-shirts. That's not common in London in March.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Um,
London for us is known to be a rainy country anyway.
Yeah, yeah. And because an
yeah.
island, so it's got yeah, we're around an island, and so
Mm.
it is the case. Yeah. The Guinness, I guess. uh, Do you miss the old days of Virginia Beach? And I think some people, if they,
I, I I I miss what we had at Virginia Beach, but I just don't miss Virginia Beach.
oh
It's too much of a military town. I mean, to live there, it wasn't really nothing moving and shaking. That's why you see like everybody who makes it there, they move out of there.
Wow.
I mean, that don't mean that they don't love their city, but it's just nothing there for them to further their career. Like you could start it. There's a lot of talent in Virginia, and you could start off very well. But to maintain it at a certain level, you have to leave or you'll stay stagnant.
Wow. But then when you guys were there, I mean, it felt, I mean, I guess the illusion of the Rum Shaker video, seeing and the cutie video looks as if, man, this everyone wants to go down to this paradise.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the magic of filmmaking it'll do that to you. No, but don't get me wrong. Virginia Beach in the summertime is a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place.
Hmm.
But when you take away a little bit of May and June, you take away a little bit of May, all of June and July and August, you're just gonna have a dead town.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a seasonal city. It's a seasonal city
Okay, okay. It's like
because
they have this.
everything else that's there is a military town. So
Oh,
everybody who like half the people there is from the military
oh, when
because
you
you have
said
the
it, yeah, when you said it was a
that
military, I thought you were talking about the studio, like you guys were so regimented having to record and stuff. So I thought you were talking about the
oh no no
future studio.
I'm talking about how because you saying like the city like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
way
No,
this no
yeah,
no
yes,
no
and so I guess there's an
yeah
air base and everything out in Virginia. And
yeah
okay,
yeah
yeah,
they have all branches of the military right there in
okay,
Virginia like you
okay,
got the Army, Navy, Marines,
yeah.
Air Force, Coast
Uh,
Guard. You have all that right there.
so you guys must have caused mayhem when you just came from New York and just settled there and
Yeah, man. It was I loved it because it was very affordable when we moved there.
that makes
Like so
sense.
when we moved there and we bought a house, if we bought a house, you get a 5,000 square feet for 200 or $300,000.
Wow, wow.
That right now costs you probably $1 million.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's a lot of
You know,
square footage for that much.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And you try to buy that in New York or New Jersey,
Yeah,
Good luck.
you would
Good
have been
luck.
paying 800, nine
yeah,
hundred thousand dollars.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
on top of that, the property tax would have killed you every
Mm,
year too.
yeah. What about the notoriety, the fact that people, because in New York you're competing with everybody, but when you
Hmm.
guys were the center of attention, was that too much attention? That everyone knew you guys knew who you were, and
At first, it was overwhelming. It was overwhelming. But as time, wind down of us being there and getting to know people, uh, we just became regular. Well, Teddy always, Teddy always. Um, but as far as myself and I can't really speak for Aqil.
Hmm.
We was really back and forth from New York, so they didn't really see us much.
Okay, okay.
So I got so many speeding tickets driving back and forth to New York. Uh, yeah,
What
but go ahead.
what's it like growing up in the shadows of a famous older brother? Because I have no idea what that's like. I know people whose parents were famous and stuff, but for you growing up, was how was that for you? Was that inspiring, or did it feel as if you had to live up to that?
Nah, I never took it that I had to live up to it. I enjoyed it to be honest with you. Um, it was fun at time. Like I said, it could be overwhelming because you don't know who like you for
Mm,
like who want to be around you because you're a great person, or if they just want to be around you just to get close to the person that's above me. And that goes for like they could want to get close to Aqil because Aqil was doing stuff too, or they could be with Aqil to get close to me. You know, uh, uh, or they could be close to us to get to Chauncey or Aaron or Damien, or it was just it was a trickle down effect for everything. But I enjoyed it because I if I feel you out, you don't like me, I'm gonna leave you alone. But I'm a person where I could get along with anybody, and long as you genuine with me, I'm be all right with you.
Yeah. It, I mean, when did you get into music though? How old were you when you think you actually said, yeah, actually, I'm gonna give this a try?
Oh man, when they put me in the booth, when they put me in the booth, I that's when I said, okay, I got to be serious about this because they serious about me doing it. Now, when I was a DJ, I was like, this is all right, okay, it's all right. But when they say, yo, you're gonna have to start rapping, man, because we're gonna need somebody on the left side of Aqil or the right side of Aqil at times. And when we ain't got no dancers or so, yeah, that's when I took it. That's when I knew this is what I wanted to do. But that was their thing, man. That was Teddy, Aqil, Brandon. I was just great friends with these guys, man. And they taught me everything that I got from this industry, including Teddy. So
there is another side
Yo,
to. Hey, Akil, how you doing, man?
hey,
what's
what's
up, A
going on,
plus?
man? I'm good. What's going on, Mark? Hold on one sec. Let me close this gate.
Okay.
So I was going to say to you, Markell, like, I mean, I know you say that you segued into the performing as a rapper thing,
Right.
but as a musician, as a producer, like, there was a time when I actually enjoyed your production more than Teddy's. The Funky Mama production period was just ridiculous for me, man. Like I
Yeah,
every
yeah, but I get what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but it wouldn't be no Funky Mama production without Teddy. It's
Of
just
course not. Of course not.
yeah, it's just the idea of everything that came. It still was it still was Teddy, you know, overseeing
Mm,
or critiquing
mm.
on what need to be done or tweaked or ideas from either one of these guys. So
So
it just is it's just that I had more. These are musicians. They are brains behind music. I'm just a guy that was in the street that liked to party and liked to hear music. So I hear certain things and make it happen. They make it happen.
But
Mm.
I find that interesting because, like, I look at, like, I'm a music collector. I have been buying your records since I was in nappies, diapers. No, no, not that young, but you know what I mean.
You don't
I've
make
been
me feel
buying
old, man.
I've been buying records for a long time since I was a kid, like in my teens. And your name was on your name was on a lot of credits. Like, you're on Abstract's album, Redhead Kingpin and FBI. You work with David Guppy, Redhead,
Mhm.
Rex, Guy, Blackstreet, MC Light. The I'm looking for the one to be with me. I've got a question about that later. Eminem, New Kids on the Block, The Party. You're credited. So you did produce those songs, right? You did produce or
No, no, those are more of a all right, let me put it like this. Those are more of a creative credit.
Mm.
It's not like I was in the studio and I was behind that machine and I was hitting those pads. I would give an idea. Like if you see production credit, you don't just see my name. So it's just not me.
Mm.
It's just not me. That's like if you read any credits from any album and you see more than one producer, everybody didn't produce that one song.
Yeah.
Everybody
Well,
ain't
let me
programmed that one song. Go ahead, Arkell.
if I could jump in on that. The thing to be mindful about Markell specifically in our camp is that Mark is for one, he's a phenomenal student of music. That's first and foremost. Like his he has a particular taste for a wide array of music. It's not just, he's the type to where he's not just going to be listening to hip hop, for example, or R&B. Mark knows a whole bunch of shit. You can sit down and talk to him about music, and y'all gonna end up connecting the dots on some things that's unexpected because his breadth of music is really wide. And maybe because of that, maybe because of his you know, his appreciation for music on a whole, it it gives him a unique ear for music. So production being what it is, I always try to explain to people that it's more about being the supervisor of a song than it is the actual due diligence of putting it. Traditionally, as you and the producers once upon a time they didn't have a damn making the beat, bring people in to do all that stuff. Your responsibility as a producer is to one, have a vision and be the foreman of that vision to see it through to fruition, to produce it. Your responsibility is essentially to produce that song by whatever means necessary. Is your responsibility to come up with that end product. However you go about doing it. What happened was over time, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was the Ohio Players, or maybe I'm confusing them with another band. I was watching this documentary, but it was so enlightening some years ago because it kind of pieced together things that I didn't even understand, because we came up in a time watching Teddy, whereas Teddy is a musician producer. But going back to that band, let's just say it's the Ohio Players. They say to themselves one day, hey, listen, we don't need a producer. We can produce, quote unquote, ourselves. And from that point, it started this process to where the actual musicians that had the ability to physically create the music started assigning their own vision to their abilities. And from that point was born the musician producer, where the person with the vision now is the supervisor, is the foreman of that vision, is the carrier of it. You may be able to research an interview where Jimmy Iovine, obviously producer of the U2 and a bunch of other stuff, um, he says one day, he says, wow, these guys are like making their own beats now. You see what I mean? And so, you can't say Jimmy Iovine is not a producer no more than you can say Rick Rubin, who, you remove Rick Rubin from hip hop, that's like a master thread. And Rick Rubin will tell you himself, he don't know the first thing about operating a drum machine or running the studio, so to speak.
Right.
But it's his taste. His taste is at the wheel of what needs to happen, and having his finger on a pulse of those compositions. Those songs won't come out if you take him out the room, get the great works that he's responsible for in hip hop music. You know what I mean? So just kind of add another layer to it, because at the same time, Markell may not physically be, that isn't his thing, the physical process of it, but being in the room, having some say about the what should happen is where Teddy has found value. I have found value. And those things are the aspect of his contribution that we rely on, because we understand the value of his ears and his ability to hear and call off some, this is, that's fire. I don't know. You know what I mean? So those things are equally important. Those things are equally important, because there's a lot of producers that have the physical know-how. But here's the thing. You could be a musician producer with all the physical know-how, but you got bad taste in music. So although you know how to put it all together, you doing it, you coming out the studio with something, but you coming out with some trash that ain't gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And you don't know that it ain't gonna work because you got bad music. And so,
Oh,
if you will,
okay. It feels like you're cutting up as you're driving. Um,
okay. Could you
yeah,
hear me now?
yeah, yeah.
Could you
We
hear
can
me
hear
now?
you. Your pitch is
Is it
yeah,
better?
yeah, much better
Is
now.
better?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So what I was saying was one of our superpowers unit is that we combine our forces. We combine our relative areas of strength, and when all of those stars align,
Mm,
then we know we got something special.
mm,
And the crazy thing is that we don't stop when we're working together. We don't stop until those things align. You
mm.
know what I mean? Just like, well, listen, you could take Rum Shaker for example. You know, y'all may have heard this backstory, but different versions of Rum Shaker because we went through 5 different. I know I wrote 8 damn different raps. I was, me and Teddy each other neck regarding that song because it's important to us that we are collectively on the same page. The very first one was hot. The first joint was fire. Markell, remember that
Yeah.
the very first Rum Shaker we did, it was fire, and all the girls loved it, but all the guys wasn't crazy about it. We thought it was cool. We thought it was okay, but we weren't as strong on it as the ladies were. Teddy was strong on it. So we go back in because it's important for all of us to be happy about that end product. And considering all that we went through, it's so funny that the one that we all agreed on, like, okay, all hearts and minds are clear, turned out to be the one that the world knows and the one that the world celebrated. So that's a testament to the importance of, you know, all of us. We're not pushing anything forward until we're all on the same page about yeah, man, that's hot. We
Mm,
all in agreement that that's fire. Everybody, not
mm.
know, oh, this one. Nah. Once we all on that page, then we know it's golden and we
Yeah.
can move forward.
I think one of
So just I just wanted to share that, regarding Markell's contribution.
yeah, I mean, I will definitely go through the music and the discography, but you've got to understand that there's going to be a lot of people who are familiar with you guys, but probably wouldn't know the backstory as to how the two of you got together, and also we get to speak about the late Brandon Mitchell. So, how did you guys connect?
Oh man, we childhood friends.
So, Aqil, you grew up
Yeah,
in St.
yeah,
Nick's as well, or
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we from the same building. We from the same
okay?
Okay.
building. Not only the same building, we from the same line in that building. So they on one, I'm on three. Put it like this: our parents knew each other before we knew each other. That sort of thing.
Right.
That's
Okay.
So
amazing.
yeah, so we literally we up from the mud. From the same space.
And so, as kids, what would you guys be doing? I mean,
Oh man.
Uh,
We it's different. Like Aqil always been into music, but he Aqil is like weird science person. So he was not
hmm
only into music, but he was into building things, creating things, inventing things, and all that stuff. Music was just his last step into doing.
hmm
I made it. You know what I'm saying? With me, I was more into sports. Um, just playing sports and just hanging out. You know, Arkell hung out with us, all of us. Like we hung out with each other, but his thing was more of, yeah, I'm going upstairs to invent something, to make something. So go ahead.
no, 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 no. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Now, so yeah, keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah, and from that, oh, we just childhood friends that did crazy things, played street games like tag, uh, 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 um, kick the can, all that stuff. We grew up with each other. It's not. That's why we can never fight each other or be mad with each other, for a long time, because we know each other just that we just that fine with each other. So it's not how
Yeah,
we
that's true.
it's not how we hooked up. It was just bred that way.
What about Brandon? Was he also part of the?
Yeah,
Yeah. When I speak of that, I'm speaking of
yeah.
just not us three. It's a bunch of us. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of us. You just know of Wreckx-N-Effect, but when I tell you, man, it's that's how you had groups within this that didn't make it as big as us. They didn't have that opportunity. We just got lucky. You know what I'm saying? The music game is really a roll of the dice. And when we did New Jack Swing, we got head crack. But when we got Rum Shaker, it was 4, 5, 6. If you understand the game of CeeLo, we cleared the bank with that one.
Aqil, were you always wanting to be an MC as a kid growing up, or did because I know Markell will always think, okay, his older brother was producing, so he's got somebody he was looking at, but for yourself?
Nah, believe it or not, I may have being an MC for me is the weirdest thing because as early as 10, and I can actually go back even further than that, but I didn't realize what it was at the time. My first creative writing was done, I don't know, maybe I was 7. I didn't know at the time, but growing up, I used to always hear my mother and her friends, there was this running joke about the black man, the white man, the Chinese man, and they would go into this whole story. And then at the end, it would be something, something funny.
Yeah.
So, hearing this growing up, at some point, it crossed my little mind that I want to write my own story about the black man, the white man, the Chinese man. And so I did it. And I had some choice words in my story. And I remember that it was on one of those long yellow papers, right? It was a pad, but it was a bunch of lines on a pad. You could rip the paper off. So I wrote this damn story, and obviously being that young, us as children, we do stuff and then move along to the next thing. I done forgot where I left this paper and all of this, but I wrote this whole thing, this whole story about the black man, white man, Chinese man. Man, my mother found the damn paper. And she read my story, and, she came to check me about it. Like I got in trouble because I was cursing it, and, I was making my little joke. And so got in trouble about that. And I'm pretty sure that somewhere along the line, I doubt seriously my mother being as she was, that she would have threw that away. So I don't know what, we never spoke about this again, as obviously as time went on, but I just mentioned that to say that's, as I thought about it, coming of age, that was actually my very first creative writing. Still not thinking about this whole idea of being a writer. Then at 10 in St. Nick, my brother, Idris, my older brother, was a part of this rap group called the Finesse MCs. And they wouldn't let me be in the group because I was too young. And but I would trail around with them. And in my mind, I was down with them. But I would write his rhymes as being a part of the group. And I would give him, what it was for him to say. They didn't know it, but, his rhymes was coming from me. And that was an outlet. But still, like, really, I'm thinking nothing of it. I know about hip hop culture, but I'm not thinking at that point in time that it's something that I want to do. I just know that this ability is there. When I tried it, it was always there. I didn't ever have to learn how to do it. I just I had to learn how to get better at it. But the first time I tried to write it always worked. I don't know. It was just always there. And so then the time came when I think maybe with the first song that I heard was Sucker MCs that made me feel like it was obviously not the first hip hop song, but when I heard that, I was sitting out in front of our building, and I had my little box with me on the bench, and this song came on the radio, and it was something about that energy that just made me say, nah, I want in this thing. I don't know how, but I just knew at that point that I wanted in on this thing called hip hop. And I still kind of like put it in the back of my mind. So it wasn't really until we decided that me, Markell, and Brandon we cutting across our what we called the U Street in St. Nick one day, and we always had, we would come up with all these harebrained schemes of how we gonna get some money. And if it
Yeah.
wasn't one thing, it'd be another. We always had one harebrained scheme or another of how we gonna get some money in these projects. And this one particular day, we outside and the three of us is cutting across the U Street, and Markell mentions whether he remembers this, and I think he will. He happens to mention that Gene and Teddy just made all this money, $100,000 I think or something, twice producing Billy Ocean and Boy George. And me and Brandon said, "What? Oh nah, we gonna be producers. That's it. That's it. That's the way in. From this point forward, we gonna be producers." And so we called ourselves following behind them, and we gonna figure it out because, I was already dabbling in the music. My dad would buy me little keyboards and stuff like that every birthday. He saw some musical interest, so he was the type to nurture and cultivate. When he see little signs, he going, pour a little gas on that fire, see where this thing going. That was his way. So every birthday, I get a Casio that was a little bit bigger each birthday. And so by this time, I was dabbling in the music a little bit, still a newbie, but I'm finding my way, playing with little toy this, toy that, da 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 da. So when that happened, we just set our minds to now we gonna do what they doing, and this is gonna be our way out. We gonna do that,
Mm-hmm.
and we gonna build this all off of. I got a little understanding of how this thing worked. I stay mesmerized watching Teddy produce all of these different songs, Keith Sweat and all this stuff. I'm in there, Brandon and Markell would have to pull me out of Markell house at times because they waited for us to go outside. And I'm like, I'm glued to Teddy at the boards, and you know what I mean? Like I ain't want to move. It's like, come on, man, we leaving. That sort of thing. So, that became our mission. And we were trying to produce. Teddy was working with this group at the time called the Rooftop Crew.
Uptown, the rooftop crew. Yeah.
Yeah, Rooftop Crew. Renzel and Muhammad and I think Brian was part of the Rooftop Crew. Other kids from our hood, and so they would only one of them would show up. Renzel would show up. Maybe it was a Wednesday or whatever it is. We would have this one day every week. They were supposed to show up for what we considered our rehearsal process of going through producing them. We only chose them because they were our peer group, and Teddy was producing them, and they was from our hood. We had access to them. So it was one of those situations where we felt like, oh, this is reachable. You know what I mean? Like we could
Mm-hmm.
do this. This is reachable. So, but he was the only one that would show up. And this one day we down in Markell and Teddy house, me, Mark, and B, we sitting in the kitchen, and I guess we must have been looking sad this day because once again, Ren is the only one that showed up. Timmy Gatlin is leaving from out the back end of the house. He maybe in the living room or in the back, him and Teddy talking their business. And he's about to leave out. And as he's approaching Markell and them door, he notices us in the kitchen and he says, what's the matter with y'all? And we tell him, man, we trying to produce these guys, man. These, they never show up and da 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 da. This, that, and the third. And Timmy says, oh yeah, well, Aqil, you rap, right? I said, yeah. He said, all right, well then just do it yourself. And at that point, he finished tying his belt. I remember, I'll never forget this day. He had on a black leather trench. He finished tying that belt and he went on out the house. But that's when the light went off in our minds that, well, what the hell? I mean, technically, we can build this whole thing around us.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of literally being a group didn't happen until that moment. Teddy doesn't even know our scheme to this capacity. He knew that we were going to try to be producers, but at this point now we done changed our mind based on Timmy's suggestion to where now, okay, well, I'm gonna be a rapper and they gonna both be DJs and we gonna do this thing ourselves. And so that's pretty much what set it in motion. So, that was a long way around just sharing, the answer to your question regarding me being an MC, because it came to me naturally. It didn't even cross my mind to use it for myself until that moment.
Mm-hmm.
It literally did not cross my mind that I can apply this thing. It was even some guys in my junior high school. I would write rhymes for one of them. It just didn't, it was like, okay, these guys, that's their interest, da 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 da. I ain't even thinking about, well, shit, I mean, you could do this for yourself. And so when he said that, it just turned the light on, like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, that does make sense. And so, so we could thank we got a lot to thank Timmy Gatlin for, man, because he just he saw it in that moment, and it just, it was clear as crystal for him. But for us, it was like, I mean, how are we gonna do this if these guys ain't showing up? I clear that up for you real quick. Just do it yourself. And
Mm-hmm.
so that was the beginning of us directing that attention in that way,
You,
So yeah, so that was it. But just so you understand, my my mother was a poet and
ah,
my father was a writer as well. It's funny this even comes up just recently, a couple of months ago. My family still has access to that apartment, the original apartment where we from in St. Nick.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
And I went by there one day talking to my younger brother, and he was like, "Yo, listen, this place about to go co-op, da 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 da." He's like, "Look, man, there's some stuff in here. You may want." I said, "Nah, well, don't throw nothing away. I'm coming through. I gotta see what's happening. Don't be throwing nothing away." Man, I go through there. I find stuff from my mom's when she was 15 and 16.
wow.
Her poetry books and stuff like that. Stuff that I never even knew about. And I'm looking through this stuff and I'm like, yo, this is incredible, man. Like she even had the pseudonym. And I'm looking at the handwriting going, Ma, this is you. What do you mean? Like she had came up, she had this alter ego thing she would do at certain times. I'm like, this is mommy's handwriting. This is crazy. I didn't even know about this stuff. So, you know, what I didn't realize was that that ability fell on me because it was already, it was just in me genetically.
Yeah.
And so, I was taking that stuff, I was taking it for granted because, for that reason, again, the process of it came natural to me, but obviously I had the responsibility of learning how to refine that thing and, and become stronger at it along the way. And that led to, that obviously in me still going through puberty when we did that EP, that led to Teddy feeling like we needed to add a group member with experience when we did that EP. So that's when
Mm-hmm.
we tried the whole thing, and I call it our development project with Keith KC. Um, that was a product of really Teddy feeling like me, Markell and Brandon. We thought we was fine as a kids group doing our thing. We thought we was just fine. Teddy felt like we should have somebody with
With
more
some
experience. So that was,
experience, yeah.
yeah,
He didn't
with
think
some
we was well
experience, and he had.
developed yet.
Yeah, and that was up for debate, but that was his view, and we really, really trusted his point of view as a pro and where he was, what he was becoming at the time. So we weren't finna argue with that. We was like, all right, well, let's give that a shot. But anyway, that's the backstory of me honing in on this idea of being an MC.
I guess people would be surprised that, we have, because we know Teddy's promoting his book and he talks about producing all this stuff in the bedroom. in his mom's house, and people would think you guys had access, so you could easily have just gotten a beat here and but it's interesting that you said that Timmy dropped that knowledge and you guys just thought, oh, could people just assume actually, yep, you guys were hot for the minute. You could see it happening. You could hear Teddy's music all over the place. That it would have been so much easier. But does it have to be a case where you have to want it and almost desire it more than anyone else for it for him to see that you're serious and to invest time? Because Markell, you said that it was only until they put you in a booth you weren't really serious about it.
Well, that's just me though, because if you really like Aqil gave you his backstory. Brandon, before he passed, he was entertaining everybody since elementary school.
Wow.
He used to dance.
Mm-hmm.
He used to mimic John Travolta Saturday Night Live every
Wow.
Friday, almost every
Saturday Night
Friday
Fever.
at assembly. Yeah. And then not only that, he used to
Mm-hmm.
sing. He used to sing a lot of New Edition songs.
Yep. Yeah.
We used to sit in
Brandon
front
would
of
have
my.
Brandon.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Mark. Finish
No,
that thought.
yeah, we
Nah,
used to
go ahead.
sit outside, like on the bench in front of my window, and it'd be a bunch of us just sitting out there. And he'd just bust out singing some song. A young lady might be walking by, and love at first sight for Brandon. He was that it factor.
Wow.
Like
Yeah.
for them two, to be honest
Mm-hmm.
with you, for them two, they had the talent. I had to be taught.
Okay.
They was in high school. I was still in middle school with the talent. So they brought me up to Aqil. Brandon wasn't here when we did the final. When we did the Rum Shaker album.
Yeah.
But Aqil brought me up to stage. Nutter Butter brought me up to stage. Teddy brought me up to stage. Up to par, to their level of entertainment.
Okay.
It's not like, because it wasn't really my thing. I thought I was going to be a basketball player at the height of 5'6".
You got
I just knew I was going to be dunking on somebody.
You got Muggsy Bogues.
But at the same time, I just knew I had an ear for music, though.
Okay.
So,
what do you think, Aqil, that Brandon?
Yep.
Brandon, then, because I don't think there's a lot that's said about Brandon. Because go ahead.
It's not a lot. Let me say this before you say. Let me say this before you say that.
Good.
It's not a lot mentioned about Aqil, because not a lot of people outside of us. About Brandon. Not a lot of people outside of us knew about Brandon unless you was really a Wreckx-N-Effect fan from the beginning, because
or from where we were from, from Harlem,
right?
One or
like
the other.
If outside of Harlem, you had to be a Wreckx-N-Effect fan to know about Brandon, and and we had a big following with New Jack Swing. With New Jack Swing being out at that time. So people knew about him. Right.
Mm-hmm.
People knew about him, but you could.
But his passing, the thing about it, his passing was super early, relatively speaking. Like we didn't really get a chance to really dig in for real, and become really nestled in as household names, by the time B passed. Let's think about it. Brandon wasn't even 20 yet. He was going to be 20 that year.
Wow.
He was 19, and that happened in, August of 90. So he wasn't even officially 20 yet. They weren't officially 20 yet because they, their birthdays and such, and they were born, Markell and Brandon, same year, same day. They got me by 2, but they weren't even officially 20 yet, So we just got some traction. When we got back to the core of us, the irony of this is kind of funny. When we got back to what we were to begin with, we broke ground with that. And there's quite a bit that goes into that like how that even came about in terms of our development over that short period of time. KC may have been around maybe for a solid year before we ended up back with Brandon, myself, Brandon, Markell, that the three of us. And by the time that happened, we were ready to go, but we didn't stay around as the three of us long enough, I feel, and I'm sure, Mark will agree, before, until everybody was really able to, get a solid understanding of the who's who and the what's what with the group and all that. We were just making traction. So I just think that, his untimely demise just kind of cut, it also cut short not only our relationship, but for the world to get to know his creative offering. Brandon had the ability, if he wanted to, decide to be a singer. We used to always say this. B could have easily been the type of singer like what Bobby Brown is. Like
Okay.
Brandon had the ability to do that kind of a thing. You know how Bobby got his own sort of thing. Like you don't compare Bobby Brown to,
Johnny Gill,
Aaron Hall
Luther
or R.
or
Kelly.
Johnny Gill
Yeah.
or Aaron Hall. That ain't Bobby's thing. What Bobby does is Bobby. It's this unique thing that he's able to do as a singer that's just hot when Bobby does it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not about him. He's a showman. He has enough of a skill set with enough of a voice to hold his notes and sound good doing it and entertain the hell out of you in the process. So Brandon was that sort of a creative. He had that. So if he wanted to go that path, if somebody was to, he wasn't a writer. I don't doubt that he could have if he decided to loan himself to that, to that process. But he hadn't considered that. What he was the, okay, what we doing? Okay, that's what we doing. Cool. Got that. And this is what I'm going to bring to that, to bring that thing life. That was B. He was going to be that guy. He's certainly going to add his own seasoning to it and be a showman. So he was a natural showman,
Yeah,
without a doubt.
he was a
So
natural
that was
performer.
his thing.
He wasn't going to shortcut you.
It seems like
he
there
is
would have been a
he,
different direction you guys would have headed in then, just a completely different direction if
yeah,
Brandon was there.
It would have been a different flair. It would have been a different flair to it. I mean, to be honest with you, go ahead.
To a degree, I think to this degree, because Brandon was notorious for this. I don't know how much of a different direction that we would have went in, because he was absolutely hip hop as well. So I'm just adding to that. He wasn't only hip hop. B had the direction. B had the ability to, like, he was in a group called First Impression that Teddy produced. And then was it about 4 or 5 of them, Mark?
I think it was. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was 5 of them. I think it was 5 of them.
Taiki, I forget all of them that was in
Taiki,
the
Mike,
was Garvin,
I don't
was
remember
G a
all of them.
part of it? Anyway, 4 or 5 of them, but they was in the group. This predates Wreckx-N-Effect. You see what I mean? So B was already dabbling in the idea of entertainment from that point of view. And that group, they did demo work, so to speak, or whatever, the ground that they covered, but it didn't turn into much. But the point is, he was on that time in terms of entertainment and being an artist, but at the same time, everything about B was hip hop too. You know what I mean? Like he's from where we from. He from the building right next to ours. Right across the way. And so everything about him was hip hop as well. So to your point or question, remark, VJ, he would have certainly continuously added to what we were doing. I don't know if we would have been doing something so much different, because once we set our mind to our mission is hip hop, then it would have been hip hop. What B was notorious for doing was he had his creative ideas and he'll throw those ideas to the table. Like, for example, it was B's idea. You remember when we did that Juicy song? Juicy is what it means. You know, it did great over on y'all end. But it was Brandon's idea to do um the whole throw in the "you can lick me everywhere" part. You know what I mean? To have that as a cutaway within my rap. So he would do stuff like that. He may have thrown in the idea of the word up scratch and new jack swing. My point is, he would throw in ideas. Yo, you know what we could do? We could do this. Da 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 da. We could season it like this. So he was notorious for that kind of stuff as a contributor to what was going on around him. B was going to make his creative presence felt.
Would you have
He
sung the
wasn't the
hooks and
type.
stuff like that, like Left Eye?
If the thing is that didn't come up, but if we needed, he would have been ready to do it. And if we wanted him to
I
do it or
think
had an idea, he would have.
I think he would have possibly, because like I said, Brandon could sing. You know, he could sing. Like I'm not gonna say he hold notes, but like he said, he was a Bobby Brown type of singer. So at that would have been the beginning part of how rap and R&B started connecting with each other. I think he would have been that part of that.
Yeah,
Like
almost
maybe
like a
one of those
baby.
TJ Swan sort of things.
Yeah, yeah.
What TJ
Like
Swan was
matter of
doing
fact,
for
like
Biz and all that. Or Nate
what's
Dogg.
yeah, like Nate Dogg.
Okay.
Like a
Yeah,
Nate Dogg type of
Yeah,
vibe, but
yeah,
not, yeah.
yeah. Well,
yeah, yeah.
how did his passing affect you? Because I know Teddy talks about how it affected him, but for you guys, how did it make you feel as if, man, we're going to put an end to this, or did you give you a fire to continue? What was that like?
Well, we took some time off. You got to think we
Yeah.
had an album out. We took about 2 years off. You know the
Mhm.
thing that I'm not going to say that took our mind away from it, but it kind of helped soothe us is when Teddy and Michael Jackson flew us out to California.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know what Teddy said to Michael or whatever, but we went out there. We were supposed to go work, but we ain't do no work. You remember that? Oh,
Yeah, well, I came out there. You was already out there. By the time I got the call from Teddy to come out there, the song was up, and it clearly was like, come out here because X, Y, and Z, da 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 da. We're gonna put this work in on this particular joint. But I was in St. Nick at the time. Y'all left before me. And so clearly by the time I got out there, what you talking about for sure was the case. Um, yeah, because we had the car. Michael got us what
he
was
got
that? A
us.
Mustang?
He
The
got us
drop top Mustang.
two Mustangs.
Yeah,
Like
he got
not
us
just
the
one car for us. He got us a car piece. He put us in our separate suites.
what?
Well, yeah, well, unlimited food. It was amazing. But it was
yeah.
I guess him and Teddy was feeling some kind of way. Like Teddy probably said, I need to get my brothers out of there. You know what I'm saying? Because no telling what could have happened
Okay.
after an incident like that. But if anything was going to happen, it wouldn't have just happened with us. It's like I said, it's a bunch of us. It's when you when you think of Wreckx-N-Effect, you got to think of Posse D.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we're essentially an outgrowth of Posse. We Posse Deep first, and then Wreckx-N-Effect. Just so happened three
Exactly.
of us
So
decided that we was going to be a group.
Okay,
right.
almost like
That's
a
who we are
Wu-Tang Clan
first.
kind of family.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
family wise, but not yeah.
yeah. As friends, as neighborhood friends, our crew, we ran together first before we had this idea. The three of us had this idea. It just so happened there was times where how it is. There's a bunch of you, but sometimes these particular ones connect and do a certain something, and there will be these times where this particular segment will be over here doing this, that segment is there doing that, and there was plenty of times that me, Markell, and Brandon in particular would connect the dots, and we just may venture off doing something that maybe just the three of us are doing, or maybe we inside Markell house, and then we'll all be there, just like we will all be in my house. We both have the Davidsons and the Rileys. I don't know what it is, but there's there's these families, particularly in the projects. We can speak about that because we know that experience. All I'm saying is that it may be like that other places too, but there's these homes that become the community house. You know what I'm saying? And like the neighborhood, just I don't know. It's like
Yeah.
your place becomes the magnet for everybody. Like
Everybody to show
everybody's
up
there.
to, yeah.
So your mother's like everybody's mother. Your grandmother's like everybody's grandmother. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
comes there to eat, hang out, just kind of kill time. Da 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 da. That's pretty much like what our apartments was. The difference was um because Teddy had his music set up most of the time when that was happening, with the exception of us. Most of the time when that was happening in the rally house, it was music related. People were coming there on a music basis, with the exception of me, Markell, Brandon, my brother. A few of us are going there just because we down at Markell, Teddy house, da 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 da. But beyond that, most of the time when people were showing up in 1F, it was because they come in there, on a music basis. When they come into 3F, is we just here. What's
Yeah,
happening? Where they
whatever.
at? You know what I mean? And we in, and in the house is pretty much, is like the hangout spot, and so it's just, it was always strange, like that. But the crazy thing is that I found out from my aunts and my mother that when they were coming up, it was the same way with them. That like there
Mm-hmm.
is, so whatever that thing is, it
Yeah.
just transcends generations. Like it was like that with them. It was always the community apartment, which I just
Yeah.
found mind blowing, because we like to think that the books start at the chapter we come in on.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah.
In life, that's just our way of dealing with things. Kids swear, okay, life just started. Yeah, okay, this book got chapters long before you. But so yeah, that
I,
was always the way.
yeah, I know that when I spoke with Timmy Gatlin, he said that when he came to write the Groove Me, I said he came into the place and all these kids were all over the place. And he said the house was packed and Teddy was just playing it. And so it kind of makes sense where you guys were saying that it was like a community, anyone just comes in.
Yeah.
But he said it was
Hmm.
like, what's going on here? And he just said, Timmy, this is Groove Me. Can you write to it? And he said it was all these kids. And he said, I think he said the kids that you can hear in the back, they were on the track. I don't know if you guys remember being around when Groove Me was being created.
Hmm.
We remember being
Yeah.
around with everybody recording that bathroom.
What?
Aaron singing in the
Yeah.
tub.
When
Yeah.
all them songs were recorded, we remember all of that. We remember "Piece of My Love" being recorded, "Groove Me" being made,
Mm-hmm.
"I Wanna" being made, all of this stuff. My memory's so vivid. I remember the equipment Teddy had, like what he was working on, what he used for this sound, um, for the his voice on the "I Wanna," like all of this stuff. Like I remember all
Wow.
of that stuff, man. That
Did you
stuff
think
gets
it was,
burnt in,
Who are
did you
you guys
think,
most surprised to see in that apartment?
huh?
Who are you most surprised to see? So you just popped into the apartment, you've come to see Markell or Teddy, and all of a sudden you see somebody. Who are you guys most surprised to see? Or Markell, when Teddy had somebody
Yeah,
around, who
Mark,
are you most
you could
surprised?
go first. You say yours and I say mine, cause I'm
Uh,
ready.
uh, the one that got me is when I seen Bobby Brown walking up the walkway to the building, and everybody just started swarming him.
because
Nice,
from a new
man.
edition.
But let me say this before we get into that. Now, before Teddy was bringing everybody in there, we had a lady that used to do hair that lived in my building, and we used to see Patty LaBelle walk in our building.
What?
Yeah,
Wow, man.
I don't know if you remember that, Aqil, but Patty LaBelle used to be there all the time.
Hey, Patty. Hey, me and Miss Patty. Let me get her name right. me
Yeah,
and
Miss
Miss, me and
Patty,
Miss,
my
me
fault.
and Miss Patty. Nah, me and Miss Patty ain't never come out that building and cross paths at the same time. I know what you're talking about, but we never happened to
Yeah,
the alignment of time, and those stars ain't work out in my favor. I missed the Patty. I know what you're
yeah.
talking about without question. Like I know about it, but I just never got that experience. Even with And it would happen like that, because even with my prerogative and Bobby Brown, just so happened that particular day I could have been at Aunt Val house, because most of the time I would either be there, or maybe I was with my father at the
with your dad.
time. Yup,
Yeah.
I could have been at one of those places, but it would be random moments where, damn, I missed that one. So the Bobby Brown coming in the hood, that one was the one that I certainly remember here. I heard about that account. I missed that boat. I wasn't present for that one. But mine is what she call Miss Stephanie Mills.
Stephanie
Yo,
Mills.
She came to sing next. I thought
yeah,
they did in the
Stephanie.
studio.
Yeah.
Listen, Miss Stephanie Mills was in that bathroom singing her vocals just like everybody else.
Lord have
Mm-hmm.
mercy.
I saw that.
That's
Let me say
incredible.
this
Miss Stephanie Mills
before
was
anything
insane.
went to the studio. Before anything went to the studio, it was sung in that.
Yep.
It was sung in that bathroom.
Man.
You know,
Yeah.
and to be honest with
That's
you,
what those vocals y'all are hearing. That's what.
Yeah, those came out the bathroom. I was about to say some of those vocals was kept from the bathroom that you hear on some of these songs.
I'm saying, Mark, I'm ready to say, unless there was a need to add something that wasn't done in the house, all of those vocals are transferred, because I can't imagine Teddy being as proficient as he is as a vocal producer, getting the right money take, and then trying to recapture that simply because he needs the transfer by the time it's time to take the tapes to the studio. Nah, the whole purpose is we going to this studio so we got access to more, and it's on obviously
and we can
more
line everything up and master.
solid equipment. We going to transfer, but the money takes that were captured, they were captured in that bathroom. So when you listening to those joints, you especially that first album, you listening to My Prerogative, ain't no going to the studio and redoing nothing over, because the whole point of recording it there is to get that money take.
Yeah.
And the last thing you want to do is try to recreate the money take. It's better you take that money take and you do whatever tweaking is necessary on solid equipment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Than to try to recreate thunder. You know, try to catch that lightning in the bottle again.
So was that 1F or 3F?
1F.
That was 1F.
1F. 1F was where the magic happened.
Let me finish saying why I say Bobby Brown, because I know, even though our age difference is not far apart from each other, we grew up listening to New Edition. You know, we grew up to listening to New Edition, and I can remember sitting on a bench and Brandon would be singing Mr. Telephone Man.
Yeah, man.
Or I got a jealous girl. That's what I'm saying. Brandon was the singer of the crew, so he sing this joint, and we'll be his backup. About 12 or 13 of us be the background crew, singing behind him. We doing the background. So yeah, Bobby Brown was probably my most amazing experience of coming to 1F.
That's amazing.
The funny thing you said about Stephanie Mills, because she had already done The Wiz by this time. She was on Broadway, and she's coming into the bathroom in the hood. And not being, was she, you think she'd be afraid or nervous, or she just...
Hell no, Miss Stephanie Mills, she wasn't afraid of nothing. Miss Stephanie Mills is a G. You know what I'm saying? Like she's solid. You know what I mean? Like I remember that about her personality. She wasn't nothing wavering. Like she stand on solid ground about what she represent, how she feel, and what it is to do. So I'm sure based on her own life experience and backstory, her coming to the hood was like, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, let's get it. You know, I clearly remember that, and I know that spirit because it's my mother and my aunts. You know what I mean? Like I can identify that easily. Like she wasn't no stranger to, being in the hood. So there was absolutely she was like, listen, what we doing? Let's do it.
Wow.
She there for a purpose to knock something down. This is the guy. This is the go-to guy right now, and she did what she had to do.
Now, Go ahead. I mean, now, I could also say like, but see, these was our like I'm gonna mention some names, but these were more like our big brothers,
Mm.
like Dougie Fresh.
Yeah, yeah.
But you'll see Dougie Fresh in the park doing what he do now on stage.
Okay.
You know, Heavy D. You just see Heavy D riding around New York City, just chilling. But just to see him come to the projects,
Hmm.
or Kumo D.
Ah.
He lived not too far from where we were, so he didn't have. It
Yeah,
didn't take much for him to get over to where we were.
It
yeah,
would-
You know,
Mo
but
D right from the hill. Yeah, he
But with
right from
yeah,
with all
so
right
these people
across
coming
from.
to your place, though, how about security? Because I'll be thinking, was it people weren't going to try and rob? Because they're thinking you've got Stephanie Mills
no,
and Bobby Brown,
no,
so
because
maybe they're
I
dumping
mean,
money in that.
no, it was more of it was more of a respect of Teddy, but also of our project. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
More people
yeah.
is more amazed of seeing these people in person
Okay.
than
Hmm.
thinking about robbing them or doing something to them.
No, for you guys,
Like,
did they not
Yeah.
try and break into the house thinking that there's loads of money
oh
there?
no, no, no! I thought you were talking about doing
No,
something to them. No,
no.
no, man, no, man.
No,
I'm not gonna
no,
lie,
they know
man. My
that was nah, nobody was gonna do that.
Yeah,
No,
I
nobody
think it
going
was
wasn't
more. I think
nobody
it was
gonna do
more
that.
love. I think it was
Okay.
more love in the projects or in Harlem,
Yeah.
period,
Okay.
for us
Did
than
Yeah,
anything.
there was love and there was respect, man. You know, we were fortunate enough to have a very, very solid foundation to where stuff like that in our projects was like, you know, that was the furthest thing from our
okay.
mind. Or the furthest thing that we even had to worry about. You know,
Yeah,
we could leave
yeah.
out like I could listen. I could leave my car. We had some very, very high end vehicles very, very early. If I decided that I wanted to leave my car unlocked in the U Street, go upstairs, go to sleep all week,
Wasn't nobody
ain't
gonna touch
nobody
it.
gonna touch it.
Okay.
Ain't
I,
Yeah,
nobody gonna touch it. And I ain't gotta get up. You're gonna have a problem with somebody else that see
mm,
you
yeah,
touching it. So, you know
yeah.
what I mean? So it's like the love and the respect was, was always that ironclad. So anybody coming there, they didn't have nothing to worry about.
I guess that makes sense because I think we've heard the stories and I've even saw the Bobby Brown stuff and my head is like, but people would see a star coming and think there's money. But in the midst of all this that was happening, had you guys decided to not be to move from being producers and thinking, okay, we need to become, our own artists? Was this after Timmy had told you that when Miss Stephanie Mills and everyone's coming through, or was this still when you guys wanted to
Well,
be
no,
producers?
this is way after the Bobby and the Stephanie Mills thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to say way after because it's not like it's a big gap in between it, but this is after all
Right.
that happened. Um, what happened was the same group that we were supposed to produce, they had a deal, but somehow the contract fell through.
Okay.
Like, I guess the parents didn't like, the contract. Um, so they had the money already for the group because it was a production deal. So
Okay.
it was more like, hey, these guys is here and they serious. Why don't you invest in them? Now I don't know if it was Gene that said that or if it was Teddy that said that or whoever.
What you talking
But
about, Mark? What you mean? What you mean? From
as far
from
as how we got how our deal got discovered.
I think it was really as simple as this. You probably remember this process as I lay it out.
Excuse me.
Once we
Okay.
decided that that was what we were going to do, the very next thing that we said, me, you, and B in your kitchen, was that, all right, well, now we going to see if we could get Teddy to help us. And then,
Yeah.
You and Teddy had a conversation about that at some point, because it wasn't even that same day. I don't think it was that same day. But he signed on to help us in our process and our pursuit of doing our own thing from that point forward. At that point, it's pretty much like it became his pet project.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? And so
But at that
Teddy
time
got
we didn't have a deal though. That
nah,
remember
but listen, I know
go
how
ahead.
that I know how that I'm gonna get to that. I know how that
Okay.
happened. But what I'm building to is this. Once Teddy decided that, yeah, he says, yeah, I'm signing on, blah, blah, blah. We are now Teddy's pet project. We did a couple of, you remember, we went around the projects and we was looking for who was going to be. He said, I think, and I know this in hindsight. Teddy ain't want to say this directly to me after, maybe he was trying to spare my little going through puberty feelings, but he was clearly looking for, you listen to my little voice on, I need money. I'm trying to, like my little voice. He was saying to himself, man, we need somebody that's that got a tone that's where the presence is like boom. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever he heard in his producer mind, my voice wasn't developed to that point yet. So his creative thought immediately went to, okay, it's three of y'all, but y'all should ask somebody that could be helpful in that department, right? So once he signed on to being helpful, it became his pet project. Once it became his pet project and he started pulling these pieces together creatively, us doing these
Mm-hmm.
demos. You remember some of the early songs we had, um what was the joint when we tried out the homie S the Best. Because remember,
Yeah.
we went to get S the Best first, even
Right.
before. No, we went to Ren first, and Ren told us, and this is what we didn't share. The guy that we went to that always showed up for the rehearsals. Remember we were sharing that there was a guy that was from the group
A
that we were
part of the
trying to
rooftop crew,
produce.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Me and Markell and Brandon went to that guy that would the one that would always show up. We went to him first.
Mm.
When Teddy asked that, he said, yo, y'all should get another rapper as well, so it'll be four y'all instead of three. So we said, okay, well, since he's the one that's always showing up, let's go and ask Ren. Ren is from around our way too. He from right across the street from St. Nick, but he spent all his time in St. Nick. He one of us. Ren was like, I really appreciate that, but I can't do that to my boys. I'm down with,
Mm.
I'm down with the rooftop crew. So thank you, but I can't, I can't leave them. Respect, cool. So we went on and we tried another guy that was notorious for he was like what we viewed as one of the dope neighborhood spitters at the jams that would happen in the parks. And that that didn't work. Teddy saw a different vision. He didn't feel like, I don't know about that. Da, da, da. That led to Chief KC. So the fact that Teddy's now putting Mark, you remember we did the show where we did the song, a demo. One of the demos was called "Are You Sure?" Are you
Yeah.
sure?
So yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So Teddy did that. That was one of the first songs. We did a couple of songs. The very first song that he gave me to do, believe it or not, was it was what became Heavy D's
We got our
We
own
Got Our
thing.
Own Thing. Doom doom. So he did that, but that groove was, it was like it was way more of a street edge. Yeah, I wish I could find that tape. Teddy missed he missed it with that one, man. I bodied that joint. I wish I can find it because it was We Got Our Own Thing, but it had this gritty hip hop. I got crazy on that joint. That was the first full song that I ever wrote. So that was in the backdrop of us, we trying at this thing now. Teddy's coming up with these ideas, giving us these ideas. And then when we landed on what he felt, he made the presentation to us with KC, who's also from Harlem. KC from Uptown though. And so and we ain't necessarily a peer group, but the look worked, Teddy was excited about it. Me, Mark, and B said, all right, well, fine. Let's, whatever. Teddy's excited. Let's just go on, let's do it. That was pretty much our energy, and not for any particular reason other than we can be in Harlem, and maybe it's like this in other areas too, throughout New York and other places where we can be tribal in our geographical area. So we from Central Harlem. We from the West Side. We Central Harlem. We from like right there. We in the heart of this thing. And KC from uptown. He from 147th Street. We from 129th Street. And it's the energy shifts about every 10 blocks or so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just changes. And so even though we all from the same place, we tick to different things. It's different. And and so for us it's kind of like this feels a little strange. We not necessarily peers. We don't match really in age, but the look kind of works. So I think all in all, it wasn't fair to either of us. I don't think it was fair to the kids group, and I don't think it was fair to KC, because KC was a polished artist. He was a part of a older group that far predates us, called Mastodon and the Def Committee.
Yeah, Def Committee.
Yeah, they made that song Funk Box that y'all may remember.
This
Everybody
is
go,
Funk Box.
nah. Yeah, so he's from that demographic, right? So he's already he's super experienced. He's a pro at this, and we just come making our way trying to figure this thing out. So really, we were put together, and I don't think creatively it was fair on either part, because we introducing something that's coming, and KC represents something that he's knowledgeable about that already happened. And so really energy wise, he's into things in the streets that, we just budding. We just kind of getting our footing in terms of street life. KC is already, you know what I mean? He already knee deep in it and beyond. So that was short-lived, that experience. As it worked out, it didn't work out. And then we came into this other thing. But Teddy being taken to us as his pet project, Gene had a relationship with Miss Sylvia Rome.
Yeah.
Gene had the relationship with Miss Sylvia Rome. Gene knows that Teddy got this pet project now. Gene's relationship with Sylvia is what gave us a shot, because they knew each other from Harlem. You know what I mean? Before the music industry and all of that. So it essentially became, all right, well, listen, I got this group. We working on some music. I'm going to bring you some stuff. So she was anticipating this project based on their rapport. And so once we got a solid demo together, it was just a matter of Gene saying, here's this thing that I was telling you about. And Sylvia was willing to give us a shot. I saw her for the first time as an adult 2 years ago at my boy and my brother Prophet, who heads the BMAC Foundation, the Black Music Action Coalition. She was honored at that gala in LA. So I had the opportunity for the first time to see her as we were prepping for that, the day before the event. They were setting up and everything. And I got a chance to see her and thank her for, giving Wreckx-N-Effect the shot, you know what I mean, out the gate. And I never had that opportunity prior to, because, after that experience, we broke through with New Jack Swing, and then our career just kind of became what it was. So it just meant the world to me. She realized that it's me, and she's like, we just.
Oh, she remembered you guys. Okay.
Yeah, she slapped fire. We hugged, and she was like, yes, da. But she was the first person in the industry that was in position that said, I'm going to believe in these kids and give them a shot. So I got the chance to thank her for that for the first time. So that meant a lot to me. But that's how it all came about. It was based on that relationship that Gene had with her, and her willingness to say, okay, I'll try this out. You know, so even though it didn't, it didn't turn into, what we thought it did, it certainly for us, it meant that, hey, man, we had this dream to make a record and we did that. And not only did we do it, we did it out the gate on a major label. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
At a time when that was
Right.
unheard of.
Did it
That was
surprise
unheard of.
did it surprise you how global that New Jack Swing single went? Did you guys expect it to blow up like that?
Hey,
Oh,
bruh.
listen, we just wanted to make a record, man. To be
Hey,
honest with you.
listen, listen. That was too early in the game for us to do any predicting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was way
Yeah.
too early for us to do any predicting. But I tell you one thing that I'm forever proud about, that song, and people don't recognize this concerning Wreckx-N-Effect, but you gotta put some respect on it, man, because we kicked the branding door open for the genre New Jack Swing with that song. That's Wreckx-N-Effect single-handedly doing that. The ability to take that idea out the newspaper and decide that we're gonna create a song and stamp that dope, as I like to call it, because otherwise you got this thing that the world knows now as New Jack Swing that could have very well just died off in the newspaper when Mr. Cooper mentioned it in his article.
Mm.
It could have, because we talking about a local newspaper. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah, it
But
wasn't
that,
like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, the Village Voice is a local newspaper. But that it made such an impression on me one day. Gene had us on allowance. We was this, he wants to mess up our money. So me, Mark, we would have to take the train down to our office and pick up our
Uh,
little, I think it was $250
two hundred
every
fifty
week.
dollars a week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He gave us what we called the lump sum at first, one number but $1,000, and then we had to go downtown every week to get our what was called allowance, so we don't mess up all of our money. And when this article dropped, man, I was on that train reading this article. I was ecstatic because this is Teddy becoming the person that we all know him to be. And this is us watching him go through this process of, early Teddy, from creating rap's new generation
Mm.
and all of this for the classical too. This is who we know, building out, rooftop records with gusto and creating all of the cool Mo D stuff, seeing hearing Wild Wild West and Go See the Doctor and all of this stuff in its pre-production stages before the world knows it.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I'm reading this article on the page feeling like everything, because other people are now getting to know, like, this is spreading, it's starting to spread, the importance of who Teddy is.
So there
But
was
I
a,
know I said to myself though, we gotta do something. Like, this is such a dope term. We got to do something with it. We got to take ownership to this. We got to plant a flag in this as our thing, because he's making a suggestion about a certain something,
Mm.
right? But it's still a responsibility of us as a camp to take that and run with it and take ownership to it. Otherwise, it stays here. And so that set the whole process in motion of creating this song. When Teddy did that groove, Teddy didn't tell me to call the song New Jack Swing. Teddy gave me a beat, and we
Oh.
sitting there like he's working with the groove, and he's like, taking Hector to break, and then he's building it out, and he's building this thing, and I'm in his. At this time, he had moved to Riverdale, and I'm on the chair, and as he's working with it, the pieces are coming together. I nod off at some point. All I know is when I woke up, man, that thing was slapping. Boom, dum, 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 boom, dum, 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 boom. Like, this joint is rocking. I'm like, yo, Gene comes downstairs, because Gene lived in the same building upstairs from Teddy. He come downstairs, get Gerald Busby at Motown right on the phone. Check this shit out. He put the phone to the speaker. Gerald Busby, God bless him, listening to what would be New Jack Swing. I tell Teddy, yo, give me a tape of that. I need a tape of that. Teddy makes me a tape. I take that tape back to St. Nick. Teddy don't know what I'm going through with that song. I figured out how to use. He gave me a 4-track, the one that he was working on when he created all the I Wanna stuff and all of that. He had this 4-track at the time that took cassette tapes, and I said, yo, I wonder to myself, I'm in my apartment outside, I wonder what would happen if because track 1 and track 2 occupies the left and right side of a regular cassette. So I said, I wonder what would happen if I said something on track 3, would it mess the tape up? Da 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 da. So I tried something, and it ain't mess up track 1 and track 2. So I said, oh, well, that's dope. Well, that means I could put my rap on here, come up with what I'm gonna say, and then I could just bounce this to another tape. Now it's all on one tape.
That's amazing.
So I sat there, came up with my rap for what was going to be New Jack Swing. And the whole thing, when you listen to New Jack Swing, is essentially a tribute to Teddy. It's a tribute to him, it's a tribute to his style of music. He ain't gonna say, make a tribute about me, but it's my opportunity now to recognize my musical mentor, and we gonna stamp this dope. This is it. This the joint. And so I do that, come up with the raps. Teddy wasn't supposed to be on the song at first. I came up with 2 16s and 1 8. Teddy wasn't on it yet. This is gonna be all me rapping on the song. I bounced the tape to another cassette. Now I got a cassette that I could give to Teddy that he could play in his car and he could hear it. So he don't know what I did. Teddy came in the block later that day. He had his red M3. I said, yo, check this out. I ain't even tell him what was on it. New Jack Swing is on the song, is on the tape. Teddy was riding around Harlem, banging his demo. Like, he was loving it. The next thing we knew, Teddy came back to me, Mark, and B and was like, listen, what y'all think about me being on this joint? We was like, word? You want to be on it? And that was the beginning of him being a part. So all it was just a matter of us taking the middle rap and doctoring it up in a way, da-da-da-da. And then he came up with the idea that, you want to mention some of the names, whatever.
Okay.
So that was all built from a song that was already, the completed song was already written. It was going to be a Wreckx-N-Effect song with just me on it. He loved the concept, loved the idea so much. He was like, I want in. We was like, what? Teddy want to be on it? We love it. Let's do it. We do it together. And so that's how that whole situation came about. So, it kind of gets, and this is 89. So that kind of gets, it gets grazed over because we were kids at the time. And it's, and it's obviously, Teddy's the spearhead of that sound. But the fact of the matter is that, Wreckx-N-Effect, man, we stamped that, and I'm proud about the fact that New Jack Swing, the song, it became instantly an international thing, and we flying back and forth to London, and we meeting with this one and that one. We doing radio promotion, and London became like a constant stop because London was the next place that picked it up and ran with that thing. You know what I mean?
I remember doing Top of the Pop.
Yeah.
Actually,
we did some
Tops of
top
Pops,
40 show.
Yeah, Tops of Pops. That's like your Dick Clark.
That was like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Biggest dance show.
Yeah. But
in Europe.
I was in Nigeria when that came out, and it was big in Nigeria, so it crossed over to Africa.
See, that's news to me, bro.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I heard
it was
it in
big
Nigeria.
in Nigeria too.
Yeah.
It was
man.
big it was big everywhere. Just it didn't reach America though, like that.
Oh, are you serious? It was massive.
Yeah,
in Nigeria.
we didn't. I mean, we knew about it because of the record companies knowing about it. If you want to be played in Europe, the one show you want to do is Top of the Pop.
Yeah.
If you were going to go to Europe, but man, when we did that was like y'all doing Top of the Pop.
Yeah, that's
big.
big.
Y'all made it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions. I don't know if we'll get to anywhere near any of these questions, but this was one question specifically about Top of the Pops. Do you guys remember doing Juicy on Top of the Pops?
Yeah. I do. And I only remember that, believe it or not, because I saw something in relatively recent. Somehow I forgot. Like I forgot about doing Juicy on that joint. But yeah, Juicy, Juicy did well over there. It was always a song for me that kind of made me, Teddy had this vision for Juicy. And it was like, cool, let's fine, we're gonna do it. Whatever Teddy's creative suggestions were, we took it serious because he always meant that much. But Juicy for me was always I was trying. I delivered something in a way that was along the lines of what was the way that Teddy wanted to hear his creative vision. And so I did it, and I did it to the best of my ability, but it was always something that made me feel like, oh man, I don't know. It didn't, I don't know about. I don't know.
You know
I
what
don't know.
that
It is
feeling come from? Because it was a touchy feely thing to do a slow rap song. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
In the hip hop industry, you just didn't want to be known to do something like that.
Like I Need Love, LL Cool J?
Yeah, they'll take you. See, LL, when you see LL, you always seen him with his shirt off. He look all buff. But you
Yeah.
talk about three brand new kids
Mm.
doing a love hip hop song when everybody is bragging and boasting about other stuff and talking
Yeah, we
trash.
can't. Yeah, basically, can't wait to get to that part. We like,
Right.
we're looking
Okay.
forward to getting to that part. But I appreciate the mention of LL because LL was very instrumental for me. Um, I regard as a sensei because L L's approach was helpful for me concerning what's regarded as, or what we call, I like to refer to, New Jack rap, so to speak.
Mm.
And I say that because New Jack Swing, the style of music, for me as a creative, you never really knew what you were going to be up against in terms of whatever creative idea Teddy was going to come up with, right?
Mm.
And so for me, I had to know how to show up on whatever it is and be able to execute. And the most LL represented the most clear, what I felt reachable um example of doing whatever it takes, becoming your best in that space.
Mm.
So he was the virtual, like, okay, this guy could do
He's
whatever
so
it is, he
diverse.
shows up and
Mm.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
he
so
shows up and
diverse.
shows out. It don't matter if he's doing I Need Love. It don't matter if he's doing My Radio. It
Mm.
don't matter if he's doing I'm Bad. This guy could
Yeah,
just,
going
he
back to
shows up and
Cali.
just, and he becomes what's
Mm.
necessary for that song. And so I regard that. I took the understanding of that and said, okay, well, like how Bruce Lee put it, you got to be the shapeless shape, the formless form, and become what's necessary in each of these environments. So to that regard, I feel like, what I needed to execute, I executed well. But it was always one of those things that, from a personal space, that just made me cringe a little bit, like, that wasn't all the way, it wasn't all the way my idea to do
Mm.
that. But, you know, it was still executed and executed well. And those that received it and appreciated it, they really celebrated it, in a strong way. And it showed up on that top 40 thing. You know what I mean? It got us to
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
that as well.
Well, the question we had was first one was the late Fat Man Scoop, God rest his soul, said that he was part of Wreckx-N-Effect
No, he was part
Nah,
of we had a
or
clique.
possibly, but was
It was like, no, it was a clique. It was like a rap clique. What was it, a name for it that we had? Because it was
nah,
Fat Man Scoop and his group. It was Redman Kingpin and his group. It was Wreckx-N-Effect.
nah. It
And
was just that we were all the hip hop faction of GNR production. With
yeah,
Fat Man
uh
and Scoop, they were called the Biz Boys. Fat
yeah,
Man
yeah.
Scoop, who was named Scoop Rock at the time, Scoop Rock,
Sean
Sean
C.
C, and
and
Steve
Steve
D,
D.
who was cut technician Steve D.
Ah,
They were the Biz Boys, and they were the closest thing to what we regarded as hip hop excellence. That would be only Steve D was actually from our projects, but Sean C and Fat Man Scoop was from Harlem too, but they from a little bit away, and down maybe around 109th, 110th Street, and
Yeah.
they would come to our projects and they would be in our projects with Steve D. And they were embedded in the whole hip hop scene at the time. So they was of the age demographic, just several years older enough to be a part of the hip hop culture movement that was happening. So when jams and all of that was happening, if it was Cold Crush and Doug Fresh and them and all of that, the Biz Boys, they was a part of that. You know what I'm saying? Like they was a part of that network of MCs that was moving around at that time.
In Harlem, yeah.
So yeah, Scoop was so dope that he was our version of, man, this dude is nice like
He was our
G
version of
rapping.
Big Daddy Kane.
wow. Are
Yeah,
you
he
serious?
was nice. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Scoop
Scoop was super
Scoop was
nice, man.
absolutely. He was talented, on par at that stage, that early. He was absolutely on par with G Rap and Kane and them. Like he was
Wow.
our reachable version of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so he was absolutely a marker of excellence. You know what I mean? Like when you looking
But
at
Scoop,
MC, so for me, yeah, for
yeah.
me as an
Scoop,
MC, it was like, okay, well, you want to be, this is what you aspire to in terms of being nice. So it was
hmm
always those sort of people along the way that you looked at and aspired to being like really, really skilled in your thing. So you refine yourself along the way. But yeah.
Scoop was an entertainer, man. Scoop was an entertainer. Well,
Mm,
everything you've seen in Scoop in his years of being with what y'all known as Scoop,
mm,
he was doing that. He was doing that back then, but it was jokingly then, because
yeah.
rap was his serious profession.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I guess at that time, with him being a bigger person in rapping, you already had your Heavy D at the time.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? So
And
I
he was
guess,
a different style rapper too, though, Mar.
yeah,
Scoop was a serious rapper.
yeah.
What the world
That's why I
knows of
said that
him,
he was like our Big Daddy Kane.
wow.
yeah, he was a serious rapper, like rapping hard. Like when you listen to G Rap or you listen to Rakim's Let the Rhythm Hit Him,
What?
Scoop
Yeah,
was in
yeah,
yeah, he was in
yeah,
that pocket.
yeah,
He was
yeah,
in yeah, he was in
yeah.
that pocket of
I
MC
wish he would. I
style.
wish he
Like
would have
when
gave the world a taste of that after he got after he gained his fame, because y'all would have seen a different person. Like
Wow.
he's a great hype man because he got the
Yeah, yeah.
voice for that.
Yeah, that's what we
He
know
had
him
that
as, the hype
voice.
man. Yeah, yeah.
But if you would have heard him rap, your jaw would have dropped and hit the table.
Did you
Wow.
do anything with him at the time? Did you guys have anything that you did together?
we
We
did
did
we did
straight out the
Friends to
projects.
the End.
Oh yeah,
Nah,
friends
nah,
to
he
the
wasn't
end.
a part of Straight Out the Project. He wasn't, yeah, we wasn't as, in each other's company as much at that time. But as Friends to the End on a New Jack Swing album, SC SCOOP. That's him on that joint. With me, him,
Mm,
and Redhead. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Scoop that's him on there. But he's going light. Like that's no representation. Scoop is sitting on a damn stool saying his rap. Like he's not even what we're talking about is not that. And he sounds good doing that. Like his
wow.
yeah.
tone, his tone was always dope. And he's just, he doing that's light work. That stuff that he's doing on that song. But that is the one thing that we did together because we were always around each other. I got pictures of us in the studio together at that time, Hillside Studio in Jersey. Me, him, and
Wow.
Redhead Kingpin in the booth with our headphones on and such. I got pictures of that. So but we were always around each other. So they were very helpful along the way in our process coming to be because they had more roots and experience in hip hop culture than we did,
But what was it
you
like
know.
then? So you've got Wreckx-N-Effect, you've got Heavy D, you've got Scoop, as you mentioned, and you've got Redhead Kingpin, almost hip hop, New Jack Swing. Was there competition at all for tracks and especially with Teddy being old, was
No,
there? Yeah.
it was never no competition. When it came to heavy, it was a different thing. You know, we were heavy was more of Teddy work. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm going to work. I got a job to do when it come to heavy. They had their personal relationship outside of that, but when it came to us, it was more of um these are my little brothers. Let me get these kids right. Let me get these cats right. You know,
Okay.
a funny story is when Heavy D first heard Rum Shaker, he said to Teddy, man, why you ain't let me do the hook? Yeah,
Oh,
I could have did the all I want to do is zoom zoom. You know, this I don't know if you remember that.
Yo, damn, yo, Mark, you know the crazy thing? How come I forgot about that? But as soon as you said it, boom. That shit is
Yeah,
crazy. I forgot about that.
oh,
yeah. Heavy
I
was kind of
forgot
mad
about
about
that.
that.
But
He
you
was kind of
absolutely
mad.
right. I forgot about that.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
But Hev was notorious for that. Hev would do that. Remember when Teddy did that beat off of that Prince joint, the Bat Dance Prince joint? We were working
yeah.
on the Future album. We was building that at the time. Teddy did this crazy beat off of Prince's Bat Dance.
Batman, yeah,
It was, yeah,
Batman.
because we were doing in between time, we would do
Yeah.
joints for Wreckx-N-Effect for the coming album that was going to be the Rum Shaker album.
oh, the
Tell
hardest
Me How
move.
You
Yeah.
Feel was birthed in that same space.
Ah,
That creative work was
Mm,
done during the building of the Future album.
mm,
So in
mm-hmm.
between time, idea come, blah 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 blah, build something that's gonna go to Wreckx-N-Effect. Tell Me How You Feel was built in that space. The Bat Dance Groove was gonna be another one. Um, Heavy found out that was our joint. He come to the studio one day and he's like, he hear that joint, he want to pull me to the side and have a side conversation. Yo, let me get that joint, man. Come on, man. Let me get that joint, man. Like, let me get that. He's sweet talking to me because Have is like, he was always like everybody's big brother, big cousin. It's like it's
Uh-huh.
Have. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Everybody love Have. And so he was working our relationship. I knew he was just working it. He's like, come on, man. I need that, man. Let me get that. Let me get that. I said, yo, Have, man, can't do it, man. I need that joint too. I can't give you that one, man. I need that. So Heavy didn't end up with that one. But ironically, we did the Soul Train theme song before him,
Uh-huh.
and Heavy ended up with it. And that could have been, I don't think Teddy really cared for, the direction that I took it in, something like that. You know, that would happen at times. Sometimes our view on where we should go with something would be different. Our views would differ. And if it differed to the point where, all right, well, listen, I'm cool, whatever. Let somebody else do. Because there would be times where I would just, I would go at it again. Fine, you want something? Okay, you feel in a different direction? No problem. Boom, I go back in and we nail it. Whatever it is, we go at it until we get whatever his vision is, where we end up at a happy medium,
mm,
right? The Soul Train song was one of those. I did a Soul Train version. Teddy had something different in mind. That joint ended up with Heavy D. Heavy D ends up doing the Soul Train song. So, and like I said, even earlier on, he ended up doing the We Got Our Own thing. So it
mm,
was times like that. We were so close. We were like Heavy was always to me regarded like a first cousin would be in a family.
mm, mm,
You know, our relationship with Heavy and Eddie F and them, it was always like that. It was
mm,
always like these are like, the first cousins to the New Jack Swing core camp. these are the guys. You know what I mean? So it was always a family affair. So it was never no feelings or anything like that. It's like whatever. We end up
Right,
with it.
right,
You end up with it.
right.
Whatever.
But when
You know
Teddy's
what I mean?
giving
And we
like,
move on.
I work to Big Daddy Kane, do you guys not say, whoa, that's a track that we could have pulled out? Or when he's given Cool
That
D, I
that
get the job.
that
Yeah.
track was actually created in front of Kane. That wasn't like something that
Okay.
he did and it was there and we
Hmm.
heard it.
Okay.
That was done in a session. I guess he was doing tracks and I guess that was the one Kane liked
Okay.
and
Okay.
chose.
Hmm.
The other thing we hadn't talked about was Redhead, because then he comes out with a massive hit that was massive here, Do the Right Thing.
Yeah.
Was it also a case where, because I know you're credited as a producer on that, Markell, but was it a case where were you guys not doing that as well, or whose idea was
No,
doing?
well, well, Redhead was
That was one of them, Mark. That was one of them. That happened. That happened with Do the Right Thing too. That's a good question. That happened with Do the
I
Right
didn't
Thing,
get
Mark.
that. Yeah.
You may not remember that because that situation happened once again. Me and Teddy we was up in Riverdale when that
Uh-huh.
happened. I heard the Do the Right thing, and I did something for Do the Right Thing. Teddy had a different creative vision for it, and it ended up with Redhead. So that absolutely happened with Do the Right Thing. Mark just didn't like he wasn't aware of that process. It just happened fast.
Right.
Teddy had this idea, yo, I got this joint, Do the Right Thing. You want to come up with something for it? All right, cool. Come up with something for it. Da, 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 da. He's feeling a different direction. Okay. The next thing I knew, he let Red take a stab at it. He liked what Red did. It became a Redhead song. But it certainly was about to be a Wreckx-N-Effect song.
Wow.
Yeah, Do the Right Thing certainly was on our. That's one advantage that we had as Rex is that we more times than not we would have first dibs at joints that are that may not necessarily have a home yet on a hip hop from a
Mm.
hip hop point of view.
What's interesting,
Yeah.
Teddy, is Teddy really looked out for you guys. Like Markel, you were mentioning the story about when Michael Jackson and Teddy invited you to LA, and then
Hmm.
like Heavy D and Big Daddy Kane, artists like that. That's his work. But when it came to Wreckx-N-Effect, you were his little brothers. Like,
Hmm.
sort you guys out. And recently, obviously, Teddy's released a book, Remember the Times. We did a podcast. Namdi arranged a podcast on Halftime Chat a few days ago. And for me, one of the most interesting things about that book was the fact that Teddy was very honest in with a lot of things that I thought he might not be. So one of the things were he started with his thoughts on Gene in the beginning, and by the end of the book, you saw how much Teddy had grown as an individual. And he's talking about there's the chapter about forgiveness, and
Hmm.
last period of Gene's life, they had reconnected, and Gene was more like a father figure again, which he was, but wasn't. And there were it was a very mixed bag of a relationship, which is how it came across in the book. How was both of your relationships with Gene Griffin?
I love that man.
I love him
At
too.
one point in time, yeah, at one point in time, I was angry with him, but I think if it wasn't for Gene and Teddy connection, it wouldn't be no New Jack Swing.
You ain't got to think. It wouldn't.
Yeah, yeah, and
It
that's my
wouldn't. It
personal
ain't. It ain't
opinion.
no. It ain't no thinking about it. The thing. The
Right.
thing that. The thing that the world doesn't understand is this about those two. In my view, Gene and Teddy, I have yet to see a more powerful creative business duo than those guys. I'm speaking from the core of the machine of what made the New Jack Swing brand everything it is.
Right.
Those two together, Gene was, God bless him, as brilliant a businessman as Teddy is brilliant as a
As a
creative.
musician, yeah.
without question. Like it ain't as the same way that Teddy has a natural inclination to do certain things and know the right moves, right decisions to make concerning music. Gene was exactly the same way concerning business and making what's the right choices to make concerning moving the brand forward. What to
Right.
do, why not to do it, all of that kind of stuff. It was this brilliance that was there. So much so that the only people that I can throughout the history, throughout my career, that I would look at and say, that's some Gene Griffin shit. It would be Dick Scott that used to manage New Kids on the Block.
Mm-hmm.
Maurice Starr comes to mind. Mr. Matthew
Suge
Knowles
Knight.
comes to mind.
Suge Knight.
I don't even, I regard Suge to a certain degree. To a
Mm-hmm.
certain degree, I'll say that because from what I understand, Suge had the same tenacity in terms of if something, and this is from an outside view, if he believes something is the right thing, then he's willing to put his force behind ensuring that that happens because he believes that's the right thing. That's very
Mm-hmm.
different than someone that's naturally brilliant at business that doesn't have to use their muscle in order to make the right decisions. What people don't know about Gene is that Gene is perhaps one of the most cordial, polite, like respectful business people that you would encounter, right? You won't have a problem with Gene unless you present a problem. If you present a problem, you're going to deal with something else. But Gene would never put aggression and force before a business matter. In fact, he would shun that as if this is bad for business. So unless you somehow got the wires crossed with him and he has to show you the other thing, you're never going to know that. He's extremely cordial, well dressed, very polite, extremely respectful, and so much so would see to it that his camp carried themselves the same way when dealing with people.
Mm-hmm.
Business is more important than all of that stuff. And you don't make your way just by kind of bullying your way through and intimidating people and
No,
all of
no,
that
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Gene,
I didn't mean it.
yeah.
I didn't mean it
And
from
I'm
that
not saying
aspect.
that yeah. And I'm not saying that that's what you were thinking, Mark.
I'm just
I'm
I'm
just
just talking
sharing.
about like the duel, like Dr. Dre, Suge Knight.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
okay. Yeah,
duel.
yeah, 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 yeah. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, that's what I
Absolutely.
was speaking of.
Absolutely.
But Gene was a great father figure for myself. I mean, you ain't never gonna always be happy with one person at all times. But I had a great amount of respect because Gene, like I said, Gene is one of the reasons why Teddy got out there. You know what I'm saying? Like he did a venture with a lot of people, but nobody took him where Gene took him. And if Gene didn't
Mm-hmm.
take him there, you wouldn't hear Michael Jackson. You probably wouldn't hear Michael Jackson. You probably wouldn't hear Pharrell. You probably wouldn't hear Rodney Jerkins. You know what I'm saying? All the other people that came from that tree.
Yeah.
You know,
Yo,
so
you know
so
what? You know
Yeah.
what? Yo, Mark, let me throw this. Let me throw this in there because nobody would know this. Do you realize that Teddy spearheaded the whole idea of the producer talking on tracks and doing
mm-hmm.
ad libs, and you know how Puff do that? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-mm.
Take that, take
take
all of that.
that.
Before
Yeah, yeah.
before Teddy Riley, that did not exist in music. It wasn't no
Right.
such thing as the producer in the background hyping up the track. Da 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 da. You know why that happened? Because Gene one day in that apartment convinced Teddy that he needed to be because Teddy wanted to play more of the background. Teddy wasn't all the way, he wasn't always on this whole time about being out front.
Mm-hmm.
Two people. First of all, your mother, Mark, Mama Riley, ensured him that, you can sing too, right?
Right.
So I remember him having that, that confidence instilled in him.
uh,
But Gene told Teddy that, listen, you need to be, we need to use you as a vehicle for this sound. You got to be present. You got to be out front with this thing, because
Yeah.
it's going to be you that's the face that carries this sound. And out of that conversation birthed this whole idea of Teddy's willingness to come from out of the shadows as this powerful producer. And now let me say a little bit here. Let me say a little bit there. So I'm just kind of, just touching on some of the things, some of the foresight that, who even thinks like that? Like, hold up a minute now. We got this music, and we got this, we got this kid that creates this great music. But we can't just let this just stay. We can't let him stay in the background like all of the other producers that we know that are out before him do.
Mm-hmm.
We need a medium to push this thing forward. And what better than his face to push this thing forward? You know what I'm saying? So, these are the sort of things, the way that his wheels would be turning. We went from a one-room office on 57th Street. It was just this one
57th and
little room,
Broadway, yeah.
57th and Broadway. Then we went across the street. A short time later, we in this co-op with a few bedrooms. And then a short time later, we down across from the Empire State Building on Fifth Avenue, adjacent
Uh-huh.
to the Empire State Building. You go up on the elevator, get off on the 8th floor. The whole damn floor is GNR Productions, east to west. Not a section of it, no, the whole damn floor. And all that means is that you don't get that kind of momentum simply by music alone. Someone has to have the business savvy to know the right decisions to make to turn this thing into something more, because there's countless music on Spotify right now that has superstar hit potential, and we don't even know about it because that other thing is not there. The pieces to the machine that takes this great
Mm-hmm.
music where it needs to be and land it where it needs to be is not in position. So we'll never know about all of these songs. There are millions of hits right now that we're never going to know about because that other component is missing. And all I'm saying is that Gene was far more than a two-bit taker. If that's in anybody's mind, you're making a grave mistake about that guy's value. Now, his
No.
process, I'm not making Gene into no angel or nothing like that, because Gene was also from a time where the business acumen was a bit overreaching. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
No,
it was
Gene,
overreaching.
Gene.
And let me close this thought, Mark. It was
Uh,
overreaching. So everybody in the music industry from that era was okay. It was like the 360 before there was a 360 deal. You feel like you should be eating off of everything that comes in, right? So the one thing about Gene was a team player, and it was the team was going to grow. It wasn't about no one person. Teddy's absolutely the spearhead, but it's also Wreckx-N-Effect, who came out initially for early '88. Today came out later that year, and around about November. We came out about March. Today came out about November-ish of '88. Their album, so on and so forth. Redhead Kingpin, when he dropped. We got all of these things. Gene had a vision for the entire organization, and it was his vision that was driving it. Yes, his process, based on a culture of the cloth that he's from, was overreaching. Absolutely, it was overreaching into other areas that don't do well. It doesn't serve you well over the course of time. But absolutely, we were all in a better situation um, when Gene was, in the fold as a visionary, guiding.
when he was at the helm.
Yeah, when he was at the helm, he was in a better situation. And I'll say this, I even brought those two together, long before Gene's passing. I brought
Yeah,
them
when we
together
met at
in
my
hopes.
house.
No, we was at my house. We did the great room. Remember that? We was
In
sitting in
Virginia
a
Beach. I mean, well, in Chesapeake.
yeah, yeah. We was
Yeah.
in Chesapeake. We was in Chesapeake. G may have been over there, but the main meeting between them two, and as crazy as this works out, me and Markell ends up with homes right next door to each other,
Right
being from
next
the
door to
same
each other.
building.
Right.
We didn't even plan that. We didn't plan it. The shit just happened. Shit just happened. Homes from the ground up, boom, we okay. However this occurs. So, but yeah, so I get those two together and I say, look, in hopes, knowing that where we're from, that they could kind of, bury the hatchet. The meeting went great. It
Uh-huh.
went wonderful. It went wonderful. This is 95. The meeting went great. But the terms that they wanted in order to move things forward, and I think just there was this uneasiness that was in the air with the surrounding parties that was a part of our camp. Um, it was just unsettling, and ultimately it fell apart. But it was the greatest shot that we had at burying the hatchet between those two, because ultimately somebody drove, and I'm not going to get into Teddy and Gene business differences concerning money, because their money matters is what it was, and whatever those expectations were is what it was. But what I do know is this: before any of that hit the fan, somebody drove a wedge between them two,
Mm-hmm.
and that person that initiated that wedge between them, I will never believe that that wedge was put there in you know in an innocent manner for Teddy's benefit. I won't believe that, because that person was dear to Gene, and Teddy on account of Gene. You know Teddy on account of Gene. So as a friend to Gene, and just being from the streets, this is 100% dishonorable. And worst case scenario, if you really had his best interest at heart, then the thing to do would be, listen, man, I don't like what you're doing to the kid, if that's actually happening. So I'm going to step away from this situation. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to dishonor somebody that looked out for me when I first came home, gave me a job, put me in position. I'm not going to stab him in the back and whisper in the goose that lays the golden eggs ear to turn him against
Mm.
my guy. You know what I'm saying? So that makes you the guy that's locked up, that got a double life sentence or something like that, and all of a sudden now you want to hit the witness stand. You're not a credible witness anymore. So the way that I see it, somebody was trying to separate their thing, because Gene was too wise to sacrifice an entire organization so he could take some early money that they were making, opposed to the money that they had on the horizon. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that I believe that there were other factions at work, man, that tore those two apart. And I really, I don't like that, because I think that there were things that needed to be corrected along the way concerning Gene
Mm.
and the whole overreaching thing, because that's short-lived no matter who it is in the business. Just like right now, you ain't got nobody looking to sign no damn production deals,
Mm.
because those production deals are split down the middle. But we all know once upon a time that was customary in the music industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you ain't
Mm.
getting nobody to sign no production deals now, because understanding has moved past that to where you splitting everything down the middle with some entity simply because they plugged you into a record label.
Mm.
So nobody's doing that now. So all I'm saying is that Gene Gene's practices had ways that were going to time out at some point. So that would have needed to be revisited. I would like to believe that Gene, being as wise as he was, would have been more on par to say, you know what, let's do something that works, man, so we can keep this business going. versus sacrifice everything that ended up being sacrificed. You know what I mean? So I would never be at peace with that part of it because I don't like what that individual did. And I would never say his name publicly because he introduced me to somebody that's super important to my life. And I will always appreciate him for that. But the fact that he did that between those two will always be a dishonorable thing to me.
I think, I mean,
You
Mark,
know?
I know you wanted to say stuff because I would say that I've probably spoken to pretty much most people that were in GR production that signed up, and I've you're the first person. I mean, everyone would say that Gene was probably the most, that the way he
Listen,
dressed
man,
was
when
immaculate. He was a
uh
visionary, but I think that part of the overreaching, I mean, we all heard Total Control as well. So for us, it's like as fans, we weren't there
Mm-hmm.
with you guys, but it's what we heard from like Total Control, what we heard in the
yeah, but
Yeah.
interviews.
see, but you caught us at a fresh stage of being disconnected from it.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
not being well informed
Yeah.
about the whole situation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you hear Total Control,
Yep.
it's like a rapper right now going to diss somebody just because what they heard on the street, but they didn't hear it from that person's mouth. So now you're talking about somebody that didn't really do nothing to you, but somebody told you that they did something to you. Gene, me
Mm-hmm.
personally, I grew up around a bunch of people that did dirt. I did dirt myself. Aqil did dirt himself. We all did. We just grew up in that environment. So whatever happened between Gene and Teddy is no different than what happened in the streets of Harlem or the streets of Los Angeles or the streets of Chicago or any street. You know, you're gonna have some betrayal, but anything could be worked out. They just couldn't work their differences out.
Mm.
Me personally, I wish they could have. I was excited when we had that meeting. I was super excited. I was going around the town that we're gonna get this thing back together. We're gonna get back on top of
Yep.
everything.
That was the whole mission. Like, yo,
You
we
know,
back. The energy was
right?
like, yo,
Yeah.
we we back. Because I'm
Because
gonna say this. Because we kind of I had to realize this over time, Mark, and maybe you looked at this too. Really? Going down to Virginia, Teddy may have been what? All of, the first time going down there, maybe he was 21. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Maybe
Well, he went down there
like
younger
going
than
down
that because he went
or
down there
five.
with Jane. Yeah, he went down there with
Well, I don't
Jane
know.
before we went
I,
down there.
I only know Teddy going down. I don't know about that trip. I just know about the Ralph Joyner trips that turned into the scouting trips. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
I was at the Ralph Joyner trips. The scouting trips was after Brandon. You know what I
Uh
mean?
huh.
It was shortly after Brandon. But nah, maybe not 21 because that was 92. That was a little too close. At the most 25 in that ballpark, approaching 25, whatever it was. The thing is this, we were kids. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Right.
Like think of Teddy's age at that time. And so we were really holding to account children. I had to share this with Cuz Wayne, man. One time like my because I introduced Wayne Barrow to the business, and I had all of these damn expectations and demands and all of this shit, not realizing that our lives were so advanced as children
Mm.
that we got these super high expectations, and we mad because this one didn't do what they were supposed to do, or this, da, 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 da. And you like, come on, man. Teddy's all of 25 at the time, man.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Rum Shaker was my
Mm.
damn entry into the club. I wasn't even two. I was shit that year. I was 20. I was going on 20 that year. You talking about? Come on, man. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, really, when you look at it, what did we expect out of one another in terms of the decisions that we were making? So we like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
this ain't going right. You thinking the da 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 this one, and then after Gene, everybody that came in was coming in my view, most of those people, with the exception of a few, there's a few people that I feel genuinely cared about Teddy. That was Donna Moore and Madeline. I think that they were perhaps the most sincere encounters, and I think everybody else that came in they was there on a take. That anybody that was there for any extended period of time, and I never liked that, and I shared this with Teddy, and I had some weird ways of showing that, but I just know that Gene genuinely loved that dude. Like I noticed even when they were mad at each other, the things that I would have to hear from Gene, always wondering what's going on with Teddy. He, have his choice words for him, but I always knew that it's coming from a place of love. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Gene really, really, really loved the core more than I think that Teddy even realized.
Yeah.
And we all did. And so to your point concerning total control, Mark, do you remember when we went to the office? Gene was the first one to let us know that Teddy was leaving him, and we thought Teddy lost his damn mind that day.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
thought he
We was
lost
like,
his
it
mind.
was.
Gene, yeah, he bugging. Teddy's stupid. What are you, Teddy crazy, because we don't know Teddy's side of the story, but we with Teddy. So all it took for us was to get uptown that day. That's when we had the show at the Apollo that night. That night at the
Wow.
Apollo. Remember, we met in the green room, and Teddy had us. So he got us all together, and he was like, "Listen, this is what's going on.
Yeah, you got a
I'm
good,
leaving."
vivid memory,
Yeah,
man.
you remember that, right? And Teddy was
Yeah.
like, "This is what's going on." So when we heard what Teddy had to say, we was like, "Oh, word! That's what happened." So that was
You
all
know.
we
Wait,
needed to
before let me
hear.
say this. Before you say it, because like we used to, like we took a lot of things that happened the wrong way. Like remember early in the interview when when Aqil said we was getting $250
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
every week. You know, so we took it like, well, after all of this and hearing this, now we took it like, well, why the hell we can't get all our money at one time and do what the hell when we want to do with our money? So when you start thinking and all that stuff start hitting your mind and you start going, damn, that's why he was doing that.
Mm.
All that brings out different kind of energy towards a person.
Yeah.
Gene is Gene was a father figure for us. He didn't do anything that I probably wouldn't have done with my kids if they had a lump sum of money at a certain time and I knew they was going to just go blow it and they wasn't going to have it after a week.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of thinking that Gene stole from us, Wreckx-N-Effect, was real foolish because I think he gave us more than himself.
Yeah.
He gave us more than we earned as Wreckx-N-Effect. And not just money-wise, knowledge, the know-how of how to handle yourself. And not only that, just knowing Gene gave us strength.
I think
So
it's going to be, and I appreciate both of you because you're probably the only two people who have ever given any kind words. I mean, yeah, for him. So it's good to be able to get a balanced view. I think it will still split New Jack Swing fans down just because of all the things that we've heard. But to move on slightly is because after the Future album, you guys did go to California,
California, yeah,
but you guys featured on Dangerous on
driving me wild.
She Drive Me. What was that? I mean, what was it? What was that whole thing like? And how did Michael appreciate what you guys delivered on on that track?
Oh man, you want? Let me say something because I ain't gonna get a word with you, Markell. But
Sorry,
no,
bro.
no. Michael was just looking for some rap on his album, and Teddy thing was like, I got my little brothers, I could put them on there. And at the time, I think Teddy just was trying to do anything to lift us. I mean,
Oh, because
we was
Brandon.
alive, but we was dead inside.
Oh,
You just losing one of your brothers, your best friend,
mm,
and in a unmeaningful situation. Like the situation wasn't even called for. And now you with him that day, but he's gone that night.
wow.
So we was like walking zombies. We was still alive, but we
Mm,
still was hurt. And just not me and Aqil. we was just the only ones that got pulled out of misery for a little while. So that and then being put on Michael Jackson was like we on Michael Jackson. You know, we on Michael Jackson.
That's deep.
You know, I think if I'm not mistaken, we probably was the first rap group with Michael Jackson.
Because
as certainly as a group. I mean, Hev is on that album, so he gotta Hev gonna get his he got to get his flowers as well, man. Because he did
but
he did
that
his
came
thing with
after the fact because he was asked about. I mean, he asked about Heavy D and how because Heavy D did Janet Jackson.
I can imagine. But you guys did your track, Lay Down, She Drives Me Wild before Jam.
Yeah.
I certainly didn't know about Jam by the time
you recorded.
when I heard when I recorded, man, and I didn't know about Jam, him being on Jam yet. I'm just saying, like,
he was put on there at the last minute, to be honest with you, because it was missing something, and Heavy was it. So, but it was he asked. It's not, and he knew of Crisscross at the time. I mean, they weren't even out. I don't even think they was out at the time.
No, they weren't out yet.
No, they weren't out yet. So
they ain't happened till 93.
We was the first rap group, but he knew of rap. He just wasn't into rap as deep.
But he knew this though. He knew this though, Mark. He knew that Mike was a avid student of the game, and obviously
music,
we just did the Future album. So as you speak about Total Control and all of this stuff, it ain't like he don't know. Mike know exactly. You know what I'm saying? Got to be a leader. All these things. So he knows. He knows. It's not like he's he's
no, I'm
unaware.
not saying
Mike,
that like he didn't know. He just didn't know of like. It's not like rap is now. Rap is dominating music.
Yeah, but he never featured rap in anything. He never did.
So rap was really shunned upon around that time. So it's like you wouldn't know the vast majority of all the rappers that's out at that time. He wouldn't have known of a Big Daddy Kane or Kool G Rap or Biz Markie or he had no Run DMC. LL because they crossed over. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when it came down to asking Teddy was more like, I got my little brothers. And I guess he got like I said, he got Heavy D after us, knowing that he worked with his sister.
Did he didn't have to approve the rap play, the one that you guys delivered. He didn't have to say, no, I don't like that, change this.
No. He didn't have to. He didn't. He trusted any and everything Teddy did. I'll be honest with you with that. I mean, it was a lot of stuff that other producers done on that album that he brought to Teddy and asked Teddy what he thought about it.
Wow.
Yeah, he did that with Will You Be There and Black or White.
Right.
He asked Teddy's opinion on those.
He did that with like other albums too. That's how he got Butterfly, like albums that Teddy was on, but he wasn't on as like Dangerous. He asked Teddy how he felt about all that stuff. But I'm quite sure he did the same thing with Rodney Jerkins.
Yeah, I wanted She Drives Me Wild to be I wanted it to be a single because it was probably one of my favorite songs on the album. Yeah. And I wish they had said featuring Wreckx-N-Effect, but I don't. But
I think that was the label. I think that was the label who did that. I think
because
that
you
was
guys
the
had.
label.
I think if you guys had come out with Rum Shaker before that, before Dangerous, then they would have said Michael Jackson featuring Wreckx-N-Effect.
I like how Thanks, Namdi. That's how I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, because it
Aqil,
was.
did you ever get a plaque from that?
You better believe it. I
I didn't
sure
get no
did.
dangerous plaque.
Yeah, I certainly did. But I only got the plaque with the and that's because I didn't after it did I think at the
Diamond.
time in the US it was six. I don't know. I don't remember what was it, 6 or 8 million, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's
I
done
got
about
I
eight.
got the yeah, I got that plaque and I don't have anything beyond that. But a lot of times I would have to at the time I'd have to put in the call to EMI to just ensure that it happens. You know what I'm saying? Put somebody on that side, like, listen, I
Please
need my
not.
plaque for X, Y, and Z, da 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 da, that sort of thing.
Uh,
So
Can,
yeah.
can we talk about
yeah.
hard and smooth because that's probably your coming of age album, the one that's kind of crossed over. Um, I
Mm.
know you mentioned the recording process was songs here and there before the future and stuff. Um, did you guys know when it was ready that this is going to be massive? Because this is post Gene. There's no Gene who was, as you described him as the sort of the engine. So without him, did you guys feel nervous about releasing that album? And did
No,
you think it was going to
no,
be okay?
Mm-mm.
no. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry for cutting you, but no, I didn't. I didn't feel nervous. I felt nervous about me personally. I felt nervous about Rum Shaker being the first single, though.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
You
that's me
did?
personally. Yeah, I did.
I never felt nervous about. Nah, I never
See,
felt
see,
nervous
see,
about
see,
Rum
see, see.
Shaker.
This is my reasoning because at that time, being a rapper, you always want to brag and boast. The thing is, you ain't. I didn't really want to do the booty stuff. I wanted that was
Mm.
Luke. That was
Oh yeah,
Luke
yeah, yeah.
and
Too high crew.
everybody
Yeah.
in the South thing.
Yeah, that's true. That yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
so so so
Good point. Hmm.
it was more of a yo man. I'm a rapper, man. This is not what us New York rappers do at the time.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
But
What did
it
you
was a
want
call
then?
made,
What did
huh?
you want? What track would you have had as your first single if it was on your call?
To think about it right now, it's hard to say. It's hard to say because we put the right one out.
No, no, but you said you were
Yeah.
nervous. I mean, what would you have tried to put out first? I mean, it's either New Jack,
Um,
Rex
it,
Shop,
it, it,
Knocking Boots, Here We
Rec
Come.
Shop, Rec Shop probably would have been one. Knocking Boots probably would have been one. Um,
What about the Tell Me How You Feel? I mean, would have to come up?
no, that would have been taking us back soft.
Okay,
You know
so
what I'm saying?
kind of
You
Rex
gotta look
Shop.
at see. When I say this, I don't say it from my perspective. I say it from Art Kilber's perspective because he's more of a lyrical person. He's that in Wreckx-N-Effect.
Mm.
So when we wanted when I wanted to put something out, I was thinking of more of being competitive with rappers that's out there. You know what I'm saying? And if you listen to Aqil, I felt like he could compete with any rapper that was out there or out before him at that time.
Yeah, yeah. It always sounds like a battle ready for. Yeah, okay. Always
So
sound
if
like
you
you're
put out
angry.
"Tell Me How You Feel" or "Juice," I mean "My Cutie," or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, you're taking them away from that. You coming
Uh,
more towards of "I Need Love"
yeah,
or
yeah.
or a, a party song. But looking at it now, it wasn't a bad decision. It just wasn't the decision that I would have made. But I that people get paid to make those decisions. And honestly, when the record was sent to MCA at the time, they was running out of the door as soon as they heard the song to go take it to radio to
Wow.
make sure radio could get to it.
What about
So
you,
they was
Aqil?
more.
I mean, did you feel Rum Shaker?
Yeah.
Were you like Markell? Were you thinking something more like Wreck Shop or Knocking Boots?
We never had a conversation about this. So for me, I'm listening and I'm hearing for the first time how Mark felt inwardly about not about what he thought about the quality of the record, but just how he felt, as individually about what the record represented and his personal preference.
Mm.
And I'm only saying that because this is the first time that I'm realizing that, damn, about that song, we shared angst from that vantage point, because it's like, like he said, the subject matter of the song wasn't necessarily native something that we really gave a fuck about. That ain't really our thing,
Right.
but at the same time, there's this song that comes through, right? Teddy he has this video, this joint could be crazy. So we take the initial thought that DJ brought through, song called Rum Shaker, totally different song.
Totally
Homie,
different.
homie DC is rapping on the joint. It's the whole song is DC's song.
Mm.
DJ produced this song called Rum Shaker, and it was DC's song. So DJ is a part of our camp. We don't really know DC DJ is a part of our camp. DC, we don't know him like that yet, but we're about to. So we get introduced to DC. Da 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 da. Teddy feels like this would be a great fit for Wreckx-N-Effect. So what we did was we took that song, and now it's time to make it our own. We gotta strip it down and rebuild it the way that we would do it. So all I'm getting at is that the core thought of the song wasn't something that Wreckx-N-Effect would have decided to do. Teddy
Mm.
had a vision.
Mm.
He had a vision in mind, and this is what was getting on. Like earlier when I said, we were at each other's throats, damn near, you know, in a frustrating process to arrive at a place that we felt was a happy medium. Because my thing is this, dating all the way back to the earliest songs that we ever did together. My thing is, I understand that Teddy, when we're working together, he's the supervisor of this vision. And so he has say in where this thing should go, because he has to realize the vision that he has in mind. My assignment as a creative is, okay, to get what you're trying to communicate to me, keep in mind that you're not an MC. So to a certain degree, you don't know what you know what you're talking about based on
Mm.
what you want to feel, but you don't know what you're talking about in terms of what it takes to actually make this happen. And I have a responsibility to make sure that I'm comfortable with myself with that end product. So that means I got to find a happy medium between us two
Mm.
in order to give him what he needs to satisfy his vision. And so I feel comfortable and I could sleep at night knowing that I did something that I feel this is my way of expressing that vision that he wanted to capture. And so for Rump Shaker, it was a lot of that going on because, you know, I really don't give a damn about, all I want to do is zoom, 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 zoom. No, the hell I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I got other shit on my mind too. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Because if you're an idiot, I don't give a damn about your zoom, boom, boom, zoom, whatever the fuck, all of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's my native personality type. However, obviously, I'm into the chicks. I like the chicks. So I could tap into that energy,
Mm.
but this ain't something that we would think about doing right off the bat. But Teddy sees this vision, and you would grow to know when you work as closely as we have since kids with Teddy, when he's onto something, God done whispered something to this dude, and it would be wise, it would behoove you to find a way to sort these differences out creatively,
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
when he starts going, just trust me and all of that kind of shit, these are key phrases that when you know what to listen for, it's time to just figure it out, because he's not gonna miss it. You know what I
And
mean? And
I
that
think
doesn't
what
happen
happened
all the
too.
time. That only
I
happens
think what happened
sometimes.
too is I think he
Hmm.
took that song and he said once we finished it, and before we even turned the album in, I think he just took that song and sent it to the label, and they ran with it from there. It was like, this is it. This is it. Because I
We
could tell you,
we
man, when we first went to do Jack the Rapper in
hmm
Atlanta,
hmm
people was we was walking through the hotel and people was looking at us like we was gods.
Wow.
Oh, that's because that damn video hit.
Yeah,
You don't
and
remember that?
it was like yeah. People, I mean, and I don't mean like
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sound like we was
Yeah.
but we didn't know what was going on. Why people was like loving us that way.
They
Some
were
of these
playing
people I
that
didn't think knew
video.
us.
It was a really good.
No,
Yeah.
that's because they was playing that damn video throughout the whole hotel, and we didn't even know they was doing that. So everybody that was in their rooms was watching this Rum Shaker video.
And
right?
they were going like,
They're
damn.
watching this Rum Shaker video, and they never saw nothing like that before. Because it was the first classy, if you will, demonstration of celebrating women and asses. We on the beach. You know what I'm
and
saying?
doing
So
something that people normally don't do. They on the beach, dancing, pool party, on the boat, you know, all that stuff that, you know, people could afford to do right now. We made a reality in 92, 93.
I mean, it got on MTV. It was, I mean,
Hey, the
oh,
only thing that kept that song from going #1 on Billboard was Whitney Houston.
I would always love you.
And the top two, Whitney Houston wouldn't move, man. I mean, we was
went to
battling
'2
for a long time, man.
Yeah,
but
I think she was there for like
day,
13, 14 weeks or something like that.
About 14, about 14 weeks. Like, what you gonna do after that amount of time, man? I mean,
and
like,
I can't be mad at that because it wasn't like it wasn't a good song. That was a beautiful song.
But then, did you guys? Were you surprised how big it became globally? I mean, because you were talking about this wasn't really what you're feeling, but biggest thing.
Yeah, it was just something that, because I remember when we went to Australia, to tour, and I mean, we had the Michael Jackson feeling, man. We they took us to an install. We did the install. They put us in a helicopter, flew us across town.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy.
It was just, people was like, I mean, people was grabbing, pulling it. I mean, it was a mob of people. And at the time, we was the first rap group to ever go to Australia, and the second rap act, period, behind Ice Cube to go to Australia.
Wow.
So everywhere we went to Germany. I mean, it's like we was going everywhere. We was getting treated so well from that one song. It was like, well, you know, somebody made the right decision.
But were you prepared?
I think all the people that was at MC at that time. Because they I don't know how they was doing it. I don't know if they paid somebody, but they was putting the record.
No. Let me tell you something, Mark. I'm gonna spin back a little bit, because they ain't gonna get the chance to just ride off into the sunset with all of that glory. A lot of that stuff, man, a lot of that momentum came from, we had to force their hand on the business end because of that vision. And once again, this goes back to Teddy. Joey Bonner and Adam Levy was on radio promotion at that time. They caught the wave. The MCA ended up catching a wave. One, the video was extremely helpful. Dorinda and Barry did their thing. Glitch Productions, they did their damn thing with that, and they were kind of just getting started at the time. And this is one thing that we always had a knack for. Like, it don't matter how much you've done and X, Y, Z, is do you have the skill set for the thing? Because Creative Concept was pretty much like just getting going when they did the New Jack Swing video. You know what I mean? Like, they were just getting going. They wasn't, you know, the huge company that they became. And so the same thing with Dorinda and Barry with Glitch Production when they did the Rum Shaker video. It was like you're dealing with people that got the ability to identify talented people, and whether or not they're already being renowned and celebrated. Think about it. Brett Ratner did our Rec Shop video. He wasn't Brett Ratner yet that did
Rush Hour.
You know, Rush Hour and the Superman and all of this stuff. You know, so we've always been willing to work with people when we identify talented people, regardless of their track record. No, you got what it takes, and with some wherever you may need help in terms of advice and direction, we could pitch in, but you got what it takes to give us what we need. And so that video had a lot to do with it, and our willingness to get behind it and make sure that the right radio promoters were behind it was another thing, man. That was a very important element to make the label recognize that, hold up a minute, man, we got something on our hands that we have to get behind because we can't ignore it. Teddy really believed in that record, man. Like he believed in that record to the point that pushed it through for Rum Shaker to even survive the creative process, because when you go through 5 different versions of music, and I know for me, I go through 8 different raps of, okay, we could do this. Okay, but now new beat. Okay, now let's do it like that. Da 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 da. I was ready to listen, man. I was ready to look. You know what I mean? I'm sick of this shit. But knowing that he was on to something, I stuck it out, and I stuck it out for that reason, because there was an inner knowing that I know whatever this is going to turn out to be. So for me, I knew that everything that Rum Shaker needed, it was in it. I knew that we had a hit on our hands without question. I knew that was the right single for us to lead with without question, not because it was my favorite song, but I was professional as I am, professional enough to know that your personal favorite may not necessarily be the right pick, right? And so I wasn't prepared to say, no, let's not use Rum Shaker, because I knew Rum Shaker had all of the ingredients for success that maybe my favorite didn't have all of those things. It just kind of resonates with the energy that I'm about more. But Rum Shaker was absolutely the right record to lead with. So I knew that it was going to be successful.
Yeah,
I didn't
don't
know
doubt.
that. There's no way to see what it did. We couldn't foresee that though, right, Mark? We couldn't foresee those numbers, but we knew that it was going to be a success.
Let me say this, man. I just feel like when we became rappers, right? We just wanted to be big in Harlem, and then we wanted to be big in New York City. And not to say I didn't care about any place else, because if you ain't traveling, you don't ain't nobody got nothing to say about you outside of New York City. But if you're in New York City and you put out a record, it don't do nothing. Like our first EP, our friends used to say, "Yo, your first album with Triple Cardboard."
Yeah, double wood. That shit went double wood.
Yeah, it was the Joker. It was the Joker of our early career. So
that went double wood.
I didn't want to hear that all through New York.
Yeah.
So there's no way in the world I would have told Teddy no not to do Rum Shaker, especially after he sent it to the label, and the label decided to say, this is it. And then when the video was shot, man, listen, it was a frenzy over the shooting the video, especially that was our early Virginia stage. So that made it made it feel like it was more of a superstar thing, period. Because even though we was fresh to Virginia, Teddy was a superstar in Virginia. It was amazing to have Teddy in Virginia. That's how they felt. So the people was doing anything. So all them ladies that you see in that video flew from different places around America.
Okay.
California,
from
Philadelphia, Texas, Chicago, Baltimore, everywhere. So I knew it was gonna. I'm not gonna say I knew it was gonna be something. I had an idea that it was gonna do something where it was gonna make us, give us a good name in the industry. Now, as far as selling the millions of records that it sold, that was far beyond my beliefs.
And I probably my only gripe was that you guys didn't follow up with a proper jam like tell me how you feel with Tammy Lucas, because I think that would have also hit the R&B, the popular charts, and then even Cutie. Those type of tracks would have been you know.
See, we did come with My Cutie, but see,
Yeah, but by that time, like
but
you did Wreck Shop and Knockin' Boots, and those were more New
yeah,
York kind
that
of
was
things.
that.
So it
When we
kind
did
of
Rec
lost the
Shop,
momentum. Yeah.
when we did Rec Shop, that was more of us. That's what we wanted to do because we gave y'all. We felt like Teddy. We gave you Rum Shaker. We gave you to do Rum Shaker. Now let us do what we want to do,
I
and
think
this is
that,
how we
yeah.
want to do it. But see, although it wasn't, it didn't. Although it didn't do what Rum Shaker did, it did what it supposed to do for us as
And
far as because
for
you'll
your
get guys
core.
in the industry that be like, "Yo, that Rec Shop, yo, y'all was going crazy on that."
Yeah, Wreck Shop, yeah. Yeah,
You know, so
yeah, yeah.
that gave us a
Is
credibility
okay.
of a rappers. That's what we wanted. It's like we
Uh,
want to be known amongst our peers.
I think those are I
Yeah,
think the Tell Me How You Feel and Cutie, that would have been,
yeah.
that would have been more radio friendly. It would have been like, it would have followed
But
up that, yeah.
I think Rum Shaker saturated the radio it lasted too long for us to, you know, it killed. Like, although we had all those other good songs, Rum Shaker was too great
Mm,
for the like. It
Yeah,
wasn't like
yeah, yeah.
it was hard to follow behind
yeah.
and get the
Yeah.
same type of because people love My Cutie. People love Tell Me How You Feel.
Yeah.
People love Rec Shop. People love Knocking Boots. These people, but you would never know that because people Rum Shaker was God to people.
Yeah.
Shit, I love Tell
Love
Me How You Feel is my shit, B. I love that joint.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Tammy
Yeah.
Tell Me How You
Lucas.
Feel was like, oh God, man, tell
Yeah.
me how you feel. I love that joint, B. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
that was just for me, that was just like, it was smooth, it
Mm,
was like, it was smooth, but it was still tough. You
yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean? And I was talking because I was pulling from a real world experience
Mm,
of calling my girl at the time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pulling from a real world experience. So for me, it was genuine, it was authentic. And so, it was for me, it wasn't nothing to like about it, wasn't nothing not to like about that joint. Like it's sincere, it's hot, the groove is crazy.
Yeah.
Tammy sounds amazing on it. You
you.
know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm like, I'm in pocket. Like that still is one of my favorite joints on that record.
wow. And you guys couldn't push it or whose idea?
We
Yeah.
we I don't know if Tell Me How You Feel didn't even come up
Yeah.
as
It
a
didn't make it
I,
to as a
I
single
don't even
option.
remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember that even coming up as a possibility of we gonna go with Tell Me How You Feel as a single. I don't know. I think we had a few choices, and that one was just one that kind of, I don't know. It got away from us.
I think what they should have done is when they did My Cutie as a single,
Mm,
they should have blended both of those together. Like how they do right about now with music. Like if it's two songs you're trying to put out, you do one video for those two songs
mm,
and
Mm,
blend it together. See,
mm.
if
yeah, that
we'd
would
have
have been
did
a cool
something like
idea.
that, if we'd have did something, somebody would have came up with that idea back then. It would have been perfect for both of those songs to come out at the same time
Mm.
either after Rum Shaker or
I,
after,
I think after
uh,
Rum
uh,
Shaker.
yeah.
One
But
never talk about.
Yeah, that would have been a cool
Ready,
idea.
Here,
yeah,
Ready or Not would have been a fantastic single. I mean, Big Bub on the vocals for Ready or Not was stunning. And then you had that harder version on the Hard or Smooth album with Here We Come.
Mm,
Was that
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
cool? Because there's about 40 questions that have come through to me. One of the questions was, were there ever plans for a proper single music video release for Here We Come? And who was behind the idea for the remix on the House Party 2? Which version came first?
House
I think the
Party
House
came
Party
first.
too. Yeah, I think House
Yeah,
Party
House
came
Party 2
first.
came first.
And
Yep.
the reason why it didn't become a single off that album is because they went. I think they went with Ralph Tresvant, right?
Mm.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
baby.
I
Yeah.
don't I don't even remember. I don't even remember why, Mark. I don't know. I don't even remember why. I do
Yeah.
remember this though. That was the first mixed and completed song out of Future Records when after it was built. It was the
Uh,
first song that was completed, that was done and mixed on that board as a professional release out of Future Records. That house party joint was the first joint out the door. Like, okay, this Future Records building is official. It ain't the
official,
first
yeah, it's
groove he
official.
ever did in there. I remember the first groove he ever did in that building, but we never made a song out of that joint. And the crazy thing is, I came across a tape of that recently. The very first beat, he was in producer mode and he was just coming up with grooves. But it was the first joint that he did in that building that we just so happened that music, we never developed it into a song. And that joint would have been crazy too.
What
Because
song was that?
it's hot now, just as music. Wouldn't you like to remember? Wouldn't you like
Yeah,
to remember? But I tell you
yeah,
one thing, I'll play that joint for you when I'm gonna pull that tape out. I'm gonna play it for you. I'm gonna let you be pleasantly surprised the same way I was. When you hear it, you're gonna be like, hey yo, we never finished that joint. Nope.
yeah.
No hook, no chorus, no nothing. It was just his idea. And the music was crazy.
Yeah,
You
but
know, the other one that has gotten a lot of went viral was Roughneck, MC
Yeah.
Light. So
Oh, now
featuring
let me.
Left Eye.
Yeah. You said feature left. What's he
Well, she
do?
was supposed to be on it,
Oh
and
yeah, she
Yeah,
was supposed to
yeah.
be on it.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Man, how did that come about? Aqil?
Well, Light came down.
Yeah.
She came down to work with the camp. And and there was a few joints that was created prior to Roughneck. And I know for me, Light was always somebody that I wanted to work with. She's on my personal list and has always, was prior to that time, she was always on my personal list of people that I would like to work with one day because I was always big on from a production standpoint. I like to work with people that I like. You know what I mean? Like for me, if I'm into you as an artist, then that's inspiring enough for me to be creative and think of what will work for you. And so because, you know, she was there and is, just that one of those people for me that I just, I love her as a creative in her, her expression and all that. I'm like, shit, this is a great opportunity. And obviously, everybody that came down there, if hip hop was going to touch it, then obviously, Mark, that shit was going to come across my desk, so to speak, as, from a what's up vantage point, you know what I mean? Like, do you have anything for this? So as the opportunity presented itself, for me, it was just like, oh, this is great. This is perfect. This is an opportunity to not only work with somebody that I've always looked forward to working with, but I've personally felt like I knew why female soloists was having a hard time breaking that glass ceiling that was over their head until Roughneck happened. Because,
Mm-hmm.
hip hop culture always listened to female MCs from a vantage point of she's dope for a girl, sort of shit.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when a girl is nice in basketballs that, you good, you dope
Yeah,
for a
you good.
girl.
You good enough
mm.
for a
It's
girl. Yeah,
that
yeah.
subconscious sort of for a girl shit. And I'm like, that ain't fair because, for one, she dope, period. And
She been
male
dope
or
though. Before
female,
that,
she been dope, period. So imagine that. Now you dope regardless of gender, but still there's this unspoken glass ceiling that's over your head because of gender. And so for me, I said, okay, well, I know something that could fix that. You know what I mean? It's going to take a certain approach to make guys take to this music without realizing why they're taken to this music. So we're gonna have to do this a certain sort of way. And so that sort of gave for myself direction. I ain't seen the conversation that I had with Light, but it was certainly an understanding within me about how this thing needs to happen in order to pull it off. And she was describing a certain temperament that I'm saying to myself, well, shit, basically you pretty much describing us at home. You just don't know us from our regular space. You know what I'm saying? And I just blurted out the term roughneck. Oh, yeah, you're talking about roughneck niggas. And
Mm-hmm.
then, so that just became just, we was in the B room and we just kind of obviously took the niggas off, and roughneck became the focus. And so, from that point forward, it was just a matter of Mucho had the groove, and it was a matter of building out and overseeing the this is how you're gonna need to serve this up in order for this thing to, not only for it to be hot, but for it to get under the hood of the listener and work and push this thing past the for a girl shit. That's what was on my mind.
Mm.
How do you do this in such a way? How do you deliver this concept in such a way to where it penetrates beyond this is just another dope hip hop song for a girl? Nah, we finna get past this for a girl shit. And this is how we gonna do it. And so that was my focus, on the building that joint out. And then Left Eye was she was around because Teddy was doing something for them at the time, and they happened to be around. So it wasn't that was a second sort of thought. You know what I mean? As I remember it, like, oh shit, they in the studio, and they come by and say what up, and da 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 da, and they around. And then as the Light project is up, this idea, I think maybe she heard the song and wanted to be on it, and everybody's with it. At
No, I
least
think I
Teddy's with
think
it.
I think Sylvia wanted her on there with like, because at
Not
that
not
time,
not. Oh, you okay? Sylvia wanted her on there. You think that's
yeah,
how it
yeah,
started? Because I know that they
yeah,
were down in
because
Virginia. Pebbles had them
they
down there for
actually
something.
nah, Sylvia, they actually flew Light down because he actually came later than she was supposed to. So that's why you was working with Light as far as y'all collabing on it.
Hmm.
But they was waiting for Left Eye to get down there to do a verse. And I guess she was on her TLC stuff. So
Okay.
I don't know I don't know if it was a money issue, or how she was going to be compensated for it or whatever. I don't know what it was. But
Yeah,
Mm.
it was Pebbles who said that she wanted, I think 70% because of it, and then
Mucho said 80. Mucho, I heard Mucho on your interview say 80% or some
yeah,
crazy shit
he
like
said
that.
yeah, it was gonna, and then you guys were gonna split the other 20.
No, the hell we weren't.
yeah.
We weren't gonna. I
So,
heard Mucho say that's a shit.
for for
No,
for
y'all were
for
going. Y'all were
16 bar
y'all were
verse.
going to split.
yeah,
Y'all were
so
going to split that shit. You wouldn't have said nothing like that to me.
yeah,
You ain't gonna
so
split. Nah, no, 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 no. That wasn't
yeah,
gonna happen.
and
So that's
so
funny, man. They took care of it, but nah, I would have
yeah,
shot that shit
Yeah.
right down.
But
and
it worked out. It worked to me. It worked out better
yeah.
with just her. To be honest
That's
with
what
you,
I thought, but I think with Light
um,
on it, it would have, because it would have been like the Darnell stuff. It probably would have been because the
yeah,
TLC.
I don't think they rap style would have worked with each other. You
Yeah.
know, to me, Left Eye was more of a twister type of. She was a speed rap. Light remind me of a laid back, like rough type of dude rapper. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that she sound like a guy. She come well across as a female,
Mm,
but she gives it to you like a dude.
mm.
You know what I'm saying?
And the
Pause.
thing
But she,
about it, though, Mark, yeah, finish that thought. I don't want to
yeah,
cut your
but
wisdom.
but but yeah, I would. That's all I was gonna say. That she was more of a rapper than to me, like Light had it. I mean, Left Eye had it, but she was more commercial.
Mm,
MC Light was more of a New York style rapper,
mm,
and I think it worked better the way it came out
mm,
versus if you would have put Left Eye on it. And not to say that it wouldn't work because we don't know.
mm,
Yeah, I think it would have worked.
Yeah.
You know, we weren't all of that. I think it would have worked, but what I didn't like about it was one, I backtrack a little bit. Light is capable of doing, you know, she could get busy in any sort of way. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
Like,
she
there's
come
nothing.
across more of a rapper though,
Yeah,
man.
because she is. You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
absolutely right about that. That's because at the core of it, she's really about that.
Mm,
All I'm saying
Right.
is that she can do what she did. She could meet. She could have met Left Eye there. If that was the assignment, then she would have been able to meet her there. Like to cover any base that need to be covered. The thing about it is that Roughneck was being built in such a way to whereas there's there's a reason in the structure for songs when you want them to work, right? In terms of you know, you got your morning, afternoon, evening sort of a thing, right? And the thing that I personally wasn't feeling was there was a train of thought that was being built, and then Left Eye came in, although rhythmically this sounds nice,
Uh-huh.
but it veered off the train of thought. And I personally had a problem with that
mm,
because I'm trying to accomplish something here. This is not about just saying something that sounds cadence is nice and it feels good. I'm
mm,
trying to I'm trying to deliver.
I'm trying to describe,
I'm
yeah.
trying to get this message through to the listener, and this has to mean more than just this has to matter to you when this record is off. There's things about what's being communicated that carries value whether you're listening to the song or not. This is the shit that's going to come to your mind when the song ain't on because certain things, certain bars are resonating with you. And in order to do that, you have to be consistent in your approach. So sonically, okay, this is groovy and all,
mm,
but that's not what we doing.
mm,
So I had a problem with that because if that's what we doing, then we could go back in and we could give this all different energy, and it never becomes the roughneck that we knew. That's one. Two, Left Eye, God bless her, she was such a big star that it would have also cheated Light out of the opportunity
mm,
of standing alone on a song and being
mm,
able to say, I am the female MC that broke the mold of
mm,
this glass ceiling over our heads.
mm,
Because now people would have had the ability to say, well, that only worked because you
mm,
had the mega star Left Eye on it.
mm,
You know what I mean? So I
mm,
wasn't feeling that shit.
Appreciate y'all.
I wasn't feeling where that was going. It was
mm,
going to cheat Light out of something that was
mm,
lined up for her, that I felt that this is destiny happening, man.
mm,
This ain't a question of whether it's going to work. It's what's the release date. Sort of
mm,
certainty on this shit. You know what I mean? And that was my outlook on it. So when I got the call from Light, I'm back in Harlem at the time. I'm in the project. Light hit me up like, yo, um, guess what? I said, well, because we already had our conversation about this, you know, this duo thing happening on this record. She's like, guess what? I said, what? Left Eye is not going to be on the song, da 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 da. This, that, and the third, whatever the reason. That shit could have. She might as well, from that point, she might as well just sit and say, wow, 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 because nothing else mattered other than we got to wrap this middle verse up now.
mm,
Okay. She had 4 bars. I said, okay, boom. Now say this, say that, baby, say this, say that, da 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 da. Right over the phone, told her this is everything. Fine, the song is done. Now you got the beginning, the middle, the ending. This shit is decorated the way that it need to be to convey the message that need to be conveyed, and we good to go. So we wrapped that shit up right on the phone. You know what I mean? And so I was extremely happy about that. So when it ultimately was released and it broke the records that it broke, she
mm.
became not only was she first, you know, she was nominated for a Grammy, but she
Wow.
became the first female soloist to ever go gold. You know
Mm.
what I mean? Like this is we talking sound scan. We ain't talking all of this, you know.
Streamings and
Nah,
stuff.
we talking real shit. We
Mm,
talking. This is the first time that happened, and the importance of that is whenever somebody breaks a record, somehow just through the nature of life and things, it opens the gate. Now other people can come through and start doing it. So Brat came, and she's the first one with a platinum album now. You know what I'm saying? The light comes back, and she does a platinum this and a platinum that with, you know, Jermaine Dupri and Puff and da 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 da. Roughneck broke the door down for that sort of thing to happen. You know what I mean? So that song, you know, it means a lot. It means a lot to me because I know everything that went into that to make it happen. So it was far more than music to me. You know, there was a mission at hand, and we accomplished that.
You know,
Yeah.
Don't take us for suckers. And that was our problem in the industry. That was really our problem in the industry. And it probably wasn't nobody thinking of us like that. But if you heard anything that was negative that was surrounded with New Jack Swing in it, we took that personal because we took that like he was taking a shot at us. You know, so that's
a lot of that came from people, you know, and they were thinking about it like that because they thought you know, Teddy's primary focus became music that you sing over. Our affiliation somehow represented, like people would actually, and I've heard people say this shit directly to me, but weren't y'all like R&B? And I would say to myself and then to them, let me ask you something, bro. Tell me the R&B song that you heard us on exactly. Because if you can identify a song where you heard Wreckx-N-Effect singing a song, then maybe I can relate to where you coming from. But if you can't point to that, then you talking out of your ass. This shit doesn't even have any basis of consideration. I don't even know where to go with that dumbass remark because we released nothing that would lead you to believe such a thing. So what do you mean by that? You thought we were R&B. R&B based on what music? New Jack Swing, the song, hip hop song. Rum Shaker, hip hop song. What the fuck are you talking about? Rex Shop, hip hop song. Where's the R&B that would lead you to believe that? So it clearly comes from our camp. Was an R&B dominant camp. And so they would get it twisted, you know what I mean, and think that, you know, we ain't kids from we are, we are that paid in full era that y'all rap about. You know, we come outside to that shit growing up every day. It's right across the street from us. So what y'all rapping about, we are the substance thereof. It's just that we had people that cared enough about us that wanted to see us move in a more positive direction versus us becoming products of our environment. And they did the best that they could, you know, concerning Gene and Teddy. They did the best that they could to put us on the right track, even though Gene's first idea of our name should be the Mafia. But anyway, that's another that's another conversation. You know, Gene and his gangster ass. Then you talking about, you know, their name should be the Mafia. Yeah, okay, Gene, you would suggest such a thing. But anyway, and we literally considered that shit. But you know, but the point is, you know, we were supported by people that understood the dark path of street life, and they did their best to put us on. Teddy was in the streets. Gene obviously was in the streets. Willie, everybody write about Willie Burgers. We know Willie. You know, Willie is the only person, we the only group that could say Willie is in one of our music videos, and he came out to be in it. You know what I'm saying? So Willie let us use, he let us use the famous SNS club in Harlem to rehearse. So Willie had a hand in our origin story, like being supportive to our process when we were just getting going. So the people that you guys, y'all don't realize that these are our, you know, this is our infrastructure that made us who we are, that built us into the group that you know about. So it ain't never been nothing sweet. We've just had smarter people around us that was leading us the right way, opposed to leading us on a path of destruction. And we are, you know, we ain't necessarily, you know, always live up to that best possible, you know, on our own, because, you know, we had our troubled ways about us, and a lot of that shit turned dark, and, you know, we end up losing Brandon and a whole lot of other shit that, you know, the industry won't know about, don't know about. But the point of the matter is we had people that gave a damn about us, that was like, these kids, we want better for them. Our mission was very simple: change your situation. You don't do nothing to stay in your situation. This is what you're going to do to change your situation, to put you in a better situation. That's what Teddy and Gene mission was for us. How could we
Yeah.
change this? How could we put these kids in a better situation? That's what we
How we
setting out
can
to do.
keep these young dudes out of trouble.
You know that
Yep.
your final MCA record was Rap's New Generation, and I think for those, like, I can speak for myself, I was surprised that you guys went away from the formula that was successful with Hard and Smooth, and wanted to. And I don't know if this is what you were saying, Mark, about trying to get the street creds and be more to that core. But around '96, we were getting, the West Coast doing a lot of their sort of funk gangster stuff, but on the East,
Yeah.
we had, Murder, the Jaru, we had all that kind of R&B. So it was R&B rap that was dominating the radio, and it felt like you guys kind of went back to sort of the hardcore. I mean, was there a reason why you kind of went away from the R&B commercial side, and sort of kind of went the direction you took with Rap New Generation?
You want me to address that,
Well,
Mark?
yeah, you can.
You sure you got it,
I
or
can
you want to say
piggy.
something?
Yeah, I'll pick. Let me piggyback
You'll
off of you.
piggyback. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll answer that real easy. One, Rap's New Generation, in a lot of respects, should have never happened the way that it happened. That project should not have happened um as a Wreckx-N-Effect project. That project should have, and that was my doing most of it. That project should have been branded totally different because it was never intended to be a Wreckx-N-Effect project. The those a lot of the songs on there was never intended to be Wreckx-N-Effect songs. The thing that happened was we ended up in a tough time within our camp. We had a tumultuous time. We weren't seeing eye to eye, me, Markell, or Teddy for that matter. Like we were
Mhm.
in a bickering sort of state. And as a result, it became more about, let's just get this fucking project done and get out of the situation. We were trapped into MCA. They
Mm,
wasn't trying to let us go on the heels of the success of Rum Shaker. So now we stuck with this damn label that don't want to, they ain't really rocking with us. They ain't locked in with us. We having a tough time in the camp, seeing eye to eye on things is affecting our relationships personally. So
mm,
we just, things are it's tension. And the worst thing that you could do is try to be creative with one another when there's tension and all of this negative energy and shit in the air. So what I started doing was just pulling joints. Like, yo, fuck that. We could use this. Let's just use that. That was meant for this project. We gonna da 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 da. We gonna just put some people from Posse Deep on some of these joints. Da 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 da. That shit was really essentially a Posse Deep album, and I think it would have been
Yeah.
received a lot better if we called it what it actually was, opposed to saying, fuck it, let's just throw an album together under the Wreckx-N-Effect banner and whatever, sink or swim, whatever. Nobody even really cares at this point because nobody's seeing clearly, and we mad at each other and all kind of
mm.
shit. But we got a commitment to fulfill, so let's fulfill this commitment. So I'm gonna tell you the silver lining that came out of that is that, yeah, it cost us a bit because it was damaging to what we represent as a
Yeah.
brand,
Mm.
but at the same time, I bet you one thing, that motherfucking label was like, these niggas done lost their mind. We gotta just let them go. Let's get rid of them. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let us,
Yeah.
whatever.
After giving us
Write
all
it,
that damn money too.
I mean, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just let us go then. So that was the silver lining that came out of it. But at the dismay to what our fan base expected, what
Yeah.
they should have received as a brand. The songs represent what they do, but it's hard to hear it when you listening to it from the vantage point of what Wreckx-N-Effect represents as an entity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to hear and appreciate it because now, you know, you saying I'm about to listen to, say, for example, Stevie Wonder, and some punk rock comes on, for example. What the fuck? We don't know
Yeah.
Stevie Wonder to do anything like this, so you
Mm.
can't even appreciate whether or not it's good punk rock
Yeah.
because it's branded wrong. And that's what happened with that project, and that's why it happened. It was just tension. It was a lot of unnecessary negative tension in hindsight between us that birthed that thing.
Yeah. Hey, I really appreciate that question too, because we never really had an opportunity to talk and
Yeah, to
talk
address
about
that
that.
elephant in
Yeah.
our in our
Mm.
room.
Yeah. We did for years. I mean,
That's what
as
that
we
shit
laugh
was.
about it, you laugh about it, but we never really got to talk about it, not even amongst each other. It's like once we did it, we just went not our separate way, but just went about life.
Wow.
Right.
So this is the first time you like I don't me personally, I don't know what to say because it's not like I didn't like the album, but like he said, I didn't like the album as a Wreckx-N-Effect album.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
And as a fan, it was like
Um,
this is what it just didn't. It just
yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, wow, what's going on? Why are these guys?
You know what? If you really hit an original project, you would appreciate it more. Minus the Wreckx-N-Effect, minus me. You know what I'm saying? Put it like that. Minus me, because really, it's more of a posse deep project
Ah.
with artists that Aqil developed within our crew.
Hmm.
So like Aqil said, it was more of let's use these songs to
Fill your
to,
record deal.
to yeah, to get the project done and over with, versus us
Yeah.
being in a
Yeah.
studio and having animosity with each other and something wrong happen. Not to say, listen, I never have I could have a problem with Arkell, but my problem would never get to the boiling
Yeah.
point
Yeah.
where
We ain't getting. Yeah. Yeah. We're not getting
yeah,
to that
we'll
extent.
we'll stop we'll stop speaking for a little while. But it'll never get to the point where like, I hate this dude, F him, get him the F out of here, or vice versa with me. Like we'll just stop speaking for a little while, but we'll come back like something, just like with Teddy. We'll come back like something never happened. But
Yeah.
like I said, I really appreciate that question because um it shine light on that
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, because if you think about it, that year '96, you had Outkast doing stuff differently. You had the Roots, the Fugees came out with stuff. Nas,
Yeah,
I Reasonable Doubt by Jay-Z, Tupac's All Eyes on Me. So you could tell, like, man, that was a Redman with Muddy Waters. I mean, there was definitely some, they had the Machiavelli stuff out there. So I'm looking at the albums, Tribe Called Quest, Mobb Deep, and as I said, we were Keith Murray. So I
yeah.
think
You naming a lot of good albums, man,
so there was
that
a
came
lot
out
of,
that
yeah,
year.
Yeah.
Lost Boys came out with their stuff. So there was a lot of kind of, hip hop was really dominating the music scene. And with the
Yeah,
success of, as I said, Hard and Smooth, we expected, I mean, but it was like 4 years a gap. Like you came out in '92,
yeah,
so we expected '94 to
yeah.
just to
But
piggyback off
like,
of Blackstreet.
yeah, but like Arkell said, we didn't put the effort into that album. We didn't. That album that we put together was already created. You probably
Mm.
just took one verse off of something and threw me on there.
Wow.
Probably like on that album. On that album, um, we should have just named that something like Posse Deep featuring Wreckx-N-Effect, or Brother Load featuring Wreckx-N-Effect, or featuring uh other artists with Wreckx-N-Effect. But at that, like he said, at that time, it wasn't I'm not gonna say it wasn't a great moment. It just was. Aqil was finding his way too.
Mm.
Aqil was finding his way as a producer on his own, not under the umbrella of Teddy Riley.
Mm.
Because I mean, I don't know if y'all understand it, but it's hard being under of a umbrella so big.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It might be big, but it's really small, and you be getting soaking wet trying to survive under that umbrella.
Mm.
Um, um, and you get tired of hearing, well, it don't sound like no Teddy Riley song. I remember one time, this is before Puff even became Puff
Mm.
Daddy, Puff.
Mm.
And he called for a meeting to meet with Aqil for some production. And we get up there, and Aqil playing them all these songs, and they sound great. They sound of the songs of our days. And the one thing old buddy said was, "Yo, it don't sound like no Teddy Riley shit."
Mm.
And this is when he was an A&R for
Uptown.
Uptown. So it get hard. It get hard at some point in time hearing that, and rightfully so. I mean, some people like to ride off a coattail of other people,
Mm.
but knowing Aqil, he's not that. He's not that. He's not that. He's a
Yeah,
talent in
yeah.
himself. So I could understand. I could understand the frustration or the animosity at the time, because you're not letting me stand on my own. Not just Teddy, but the people is not letting me stand on my own 2 feet. And I mean, uh, um, 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 super talented, super talented. I'm telling you this because, like I said, from a little kid, he was the brainiac. He was the like he has Pinky in the brain.
Yeah.
He was the brain. What I'm saying? He was the brain. He always had the ideas, the weird or the clever ideas on how to do something. It's just so hard to stand
Yeah.
under that umbrella of Teddy Riley. That's just like somebody standing under the umbrella of Jimmy Jam or Babyface or Jermaine Dupri. You know, you don't hear about those producers that been working with
Yeah.
up under those guys, but
Mm.
it's been other people there.
Yeah.
But some people like to stand on their own, and rightfully so.
Oh,
The
I
difference
wish that
between
I
that
was
though,
there.
Arkell, is like Teddy before he had it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Versus
yeah.
versus like knowing him when he got it, and it's hard. It's hard to tell somebody who's rich what to do and what not to do.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's going back to the Puff situation. It's everybody's gonna always ride along uh the fame.
Mm.
What Puff did made Puff, whether it's good or bad. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Everything he did, bad, good, or whatever, made Puff who he is.
Mm.
You know, and I don't think he did all of this stuff by himself.
Mm.
I just think somebody is out to get that man.
Mm.
And that was the only way they could get him, is to go find stuff that, because I'm man, listen, we're in an industry where everybody is doing to take that thing.
Mm.
Somehow or another. Ain't nobody in this industry, male or female, haven't flown somebody out to see them.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. That
That's
shit is a little
trafficking.
too. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
extreme.
yeah.
Mm.
Ain't
It's a little
nobody,
too general
ain't
to call that
nobody
a
in this
charge, man.
industry. Yeah. This is an industry of love, lust, and pleasure,
Mm.
fame, and money.
Mm.
So is nobody. I don't care if you the church singer. They doing it too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel bad that he's caught up in it. I think everybody keep throwing out there that the thing with Ciroc where he wanted out his contract, or
Yeah.
he wanted more money. So they put out this type of hit on him. That's the power of them people.
Yeah. I know that.
So go ahead. I'm sorry. You go
No,
ahead.
I know that we've kept you guys, and just because people saw you guys
Yeah. Let me
perform.
say this. Y'all got me in some trouble because I'm supposed to be at dinner with my
Yeah,
wife
no. So we're gonna
right
finish.
now.
We
But
saw
but
you
but we
guys.
good though
We
now.
we saw you guys perform a week or two ago with Teddy. Are we going to see
Yes.
any new music from Wreckx-N-Effect? Are we going to see you guys perform and just what can the fans expect from Wreckx-N-Effect 2026 and beyond?
Man, I mean, I it's I tell everybody this, and Aqil probably getting tired of this too. Whatever Aqil say, we're gonna do that. What we gonna do? Whatever. If everybody like they say, yo, you perform at my party. Hey, listen, if Aqil show up, I'll be there. Hey, you gonna? So I'm not saying that to put the blame on Aqil, but more I'm with giving my talent to people that I love. If a friend that I grew up with mentored me and taught me how to be, or not even so much taught me, but kept me safe, or all these people that I grew up with. If they ask me for a favor like that, that's nothing. That's I'm happy that you want that from me. So if the people want that and Arkell feel comfortable with doing that, and Teddy is and if Teddy want to help out with it too, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. But a lot of this stuff that goes on with Wreckx-N-Effect, it used to be me. I took the fame and I enjoyed it. Yeah, I didn't do the business part of it. All Kill was more business like of it. I was more like, yeah, I'm going out. I'm gonna go roll some dice, or I'm going to the club. I got this car. I'm driving down to the beach with the top down. I was that guy. Teddy and All Kill was more like, yo, Teddy, I'm in the A room. All Kill, I'm in the B room. I'm going to create, or All Kill, I'm back up in New York City. I'm creating up here. I was more so the delay of that back then was more me than anything because I was enjoying. That's why I'm not gonna say I don't care about doing music right now, but I didn't I didn't I didn't do music for the right reason.
Mhm.
You know, but now and not to say that I want to do it. I would love to do it, but only because that's my friend. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother. You know, if he want to do it, and if my other brother want to do it, then because that's how it originated. And I wish Brandon was here to say I want to do it too. Because that's the only reason we was doing music back in the days, because that's the idea we came up with.
Mhm.
And we was gifted with that. We was people would look at us and be like, how these dudes get a deal? You know, well, some things fall in people's lap. Some people had a talent. It was pulled out of it was pulled. I know it was pulled out of me. He already had the talent. Like I always tell you earlier today, Brandon had the talent too, but it
Mhm.
was pulled out of me. I knew I
Yeah, but
loved music.
we had
I
to
was
work for this shit. I had to tell
yeah.
people this sometimes because they be like, oh, well, y'all had Teddy. First off, yes, we did. Yes, we did have Teddy, but
hmm
be crystal clear that Teddy nor Gene was willing to throw, and nobody is willing to throw money under the bus. And what that
Uh-huh.
means is you better cut the mustard with whatever it is you coming with. You better be coming with something that's worth stamping our name and associations attached to it, because we not willing to risk that for no half-ass shit just because we know you.
Yeah.
Mind you, we spoke about this earlier, saying that songs that Teddy felt was better suited for somebody else. Guess what happened with those songs? They ended up
It
with
went
that
to somebody
somebody
else.
else.
Yeah.
It ain't no hard feelings about it. The point is, ain't nobody just throwing no money under the bus simply because they know you. So everything that I got, be crystal clear, nobody gave me anything. I had to earn that shit every step of the way. You see, I killed Davidson. You better hurry up and believe I killed Davidson, earned that. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah,
had
it
to,
was.
otherwise it would end up with somebody else. So what you're looking at is validation. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, man. So don't when people because sometimes people get they had Teddy. Listen, don't get it fucked up. Teddy. We got access, but that don't mean he's just doing us solids concerning his music. Because Teddy don't fuck around when it comes to his music. If that vision ain't right, it ain't happening. I don't care who you are. It ain't happening. I
Yeah,
seen
and we
Teddy
heard
shut
that we
Gene
had.
down in the studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
we.
I've seen that. Gene tried to intervene on some shit that Teddy doing. No. Look, Gene. Teddy becomes Gene when it comes to his music. You know what I mean? So yeah. So ain't nobody just giving us nothing. It's a matter of us, we gotta earn that.
Yeah, we heard a lot of no's before we heard yes.
Mm-hmm.
We heard a lot of nah, that's not it. Before we heard yo, we were we were we were nurtured, man. Um, we got a lot of stuff that a lot of people didn't get as far as like coaching wise.
Mm-hmm.
But but at the same time, coaching don't work for everybody because some people have natural talent.
Mm-hmm.
You could have a Michael Jordan on the team, but it might not need Phil Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, it's just that we had a Michael Jordan, but we ain't have Scottie Pippen yet. we had Scottie Pippen until Rum Shaker came out. And to be in a group, man, to be in a group, and I don't know if it was because Teddy wanted me to be a rap. I didn't care to be no rapper, to be honest with you. I didn't I didn't care to be no
Yeah,
rapper. I wanted
that
to.
was not Markell's idea for sure.
Yeah,
We put we
yeah,
we put
yeah.
him in that we put him in that position. We put him we put him in that position, man. And this I'll say this to that question to just close out that question whether or not there will be. For one, Teddy and I had already started we had started kicking the concept around of doing something. This was a separate project,
See, they
right?
talk without me.
And yeah, we was talking about doing a project anyway. But the thing that I would say is that whatever we do concerning Wreckx-N-Effect, it certainly has to be it has to come from a very authentic place in terms of our creative offering and whatever, and what that means is whatever that represents so far as Markell's interest, because sometimes I feel like it's unfair. Yeah, we came up with this idea. Listen, we going to make Mark a rapper, so to speak. Rum Shaker album. And that shit works when you a kid, you pull it off because fine, you do what you got to do. But if that thing is not truly in him to be
Mm-hmm.
concerned with that shit, then it's really not fair to the craft. It's not fair to what it is we're doing to just be doing stuff that when there's other areas that he can focus on flourishing. And if it's the rap thing, cool. I'm not saying that it can't be that. I'm just saying that the shit gotta be sincere because this ain't no time
Yeah,
this
it's
is
not
either
like we got.
we
It's not like we
yeah
21 and
we
we
ain't
got
yeah
years.
we ain't got time to play with like that, and nor can we afford to be be half stepping on anything when we can be sincere in our process about what that situation represents. So Should that happen concerning Wreckx-N-Effect, then it's going to be demonstrated in a way that's pure, that you know that this is a genuine offering. This is their sincere expression of what they wanted to offer people creatively. It ain't no smoke in the air. The shit is clear. Everything is good. And we gonna have to represent that in whichever way we feel represents the music best. Because at the end of the day, concerning that brand, that's what it's about. You know what I mean? It's about representing that brand and what the brand represents and doing that in the best way possible. And we haven't spoken about that until this moment. You know what I'm saying? In terms of arriving at what that represents, how that's shaped out. You know what I'm saying? We really don't know. What we know for sure is that I'm absolutely about it when it come to these lyrics and MCing, and that shit is just in me. You know what I'm saying? And between the art of it and all of that stuff, man. And what we also know is that we both are passionate about what music means to us. So how we bring that together, how we make that take form on today's terms and really represent something that's a sincere creative expression is, something to be discussed a little bit further. But that's the time we're going to be on if we do it.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, BJ, just before as they close.
I know it's been a long, we've been talking for a long time, but just a request, if you guys do manage to create a new album, this is just a request, as somebody that loves your music. So if you can get Tammy to do some vocals again, because the music you guys created with Tammy, My Cutie and Tell Me How You Feel, those songs are absolute perfection. And I don't think we talk about those songs enough. I mean, I know My
You know
Cutie.
what, I wish I mean I haven't talked to Tammy since.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Tammy since. And that listen, I'm so far removed from music industry that I haven't talked to a lot of people in years. A lot of people in years. I would love to do something again with Tammy. Tammy have a beautiful voice. I think she would deprive of a career
Yeah.
by sitting in the background for so long. To be honest with you,
Mm.
you know, maybe at that time, they was looking for light skinned, beautiful women.
Yeah.
But now that not to say that a lot of these women aren't beautiful, everybody is beautiful. Tammy is a beautiful. She just dark skinned. At the time, she was a little bit heavy at that time. But she had everything other than what people perception would be of a R&B female singer, which is they beauty. So Pharrell had her. I don't know what happened with that situation.
All Tammy was
And
missing was marketing, man. That came down to someone with the mind for marketing and how to, despite whatever they felt her limitations were, all of that shit was imaginary because we
yeah,
witnessed that with Kelly.
Kelly Price.
We witnessed that with Kelly Price.
Yeah.
That shit was all a matter of
but you got to
somebody with
think.
marketing.
But listen, how Kelly Price started. She started out as a backup singer. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they just thrust her out there. She started out a backup singer and put out a song, and then it happened like that. Tammy had she had those opportunities where they put her in the forefront, but and you got to think that was an early '90s, late '80s. The perception of a black female singer at that time, you had to have a body, you had to be beautiful. And not to say that Tammy wasn't beautiful, but to some of these labels, when you know this too, Aqil, when you walk in there, if you don't have that look, you could have the best song in the world. You got to have that look to go with it too, because they trying to sell you, not the song. They trying to sell you. And I hate to say this like this, because Tammy, Tammy is like my sister, yo. Just like Jackie McGee, she's like my oldest sisters. You know what I'm saying? because I've been around him for so long before Teddy was famous. So I knew them before that. So it's just that I don't know what happened with Jackie, because Jackie is beautiful too.
Yeah.
But that I guess she got caught up in the Make It Last Forever whirlwind and could never, separate herself from that, because that was a huge song, still is today. Matter of fact, I'm going to Keith Sweat concert tomorrow.
No, I mean, as I said, Jackie. I think I do a live with Jackie probably twice a month. And Tammy officially has my longest interview, 4 hours and 10 minutes.
We catching up now.
You guys are running second, 3 hours and 50 minutes. But no, but as VJ said, it will be, there's a massive fan base waiting to see, you guys, the brand of Wreckx-N-Effect. And as VJ mentioned, if you had Tammy coming out singing a hook, it's stuff like that. You get a fan base that will definitely be willing to put out the dollars to eat that up. So hopefully, as we you guys can do something, an anniversary. I don't even know if there's any anniversary coming up, whether it's the Hard and Smooth. Well, you kind of missed that one, or whether it's the EP. But it would be great for you guys to do the Wreckx-N-Effect album that you should have done instead of Rap's New Generation. Maybe you can give it to us as fans, and that would just be a treat.
That edition or something.
I think if we do anything, to be honest with you, I think we should start off at a small portion, like an EP or something. A full album for me would be a whole lot. It'd be a whole lot, because it would take us because I have to build myself back up to it. Like I said, I've been so far removed. Like I can't even sit in the studio with Teddy for a long time. And it's because to me, I feel like the music industry, to me, and it's nobody's fault. It's nobody personally fault, but I think it separated us. It separated us. As a whole, as myself, Aqil, Aaron Hall, Damian Hall, Teddy, Big Bub. It's like we was birthed one place, but we all just went different ways. And to be honest with you, and then we don't have Bernard Bell. So it's like we lost a lot of people who helped form this movement. Whether they're physically here but not here within this camp. Like I speak to Aaron and Damien. I haven't spoken to them, but I don't have nothing against them. I speak to Bub all the time. We call each other, we FaceTime each other. I speak to Mucho. We were supposed to go on vacation with each other last year, but we kept bumping heads. I talk to Aqil. I talk to everybody, but everybody is in their own little situation. So it's going to be kind of it's something that I want, but I feel like it's going to be kind of hard to do it like we've done it before, because we're on different paths in life.
Yeah. And that's why we're gonna figure out. That's why we're gonna figure out what's best for Markell as, because all that shit he just said is proof that we gonna figure out what's best for him in the situation. How to best, because that shit is not reason to not do it. You know what I'm saying? Like those points are all valid, but that shit is not reason to not do it. What that sounds like to me is everything that I already know, which is why I said what I said. We just got to figure out what makes sense in terms of how we do this, so Markell doesn't feel any of those things that
Mm.
are valid points. All of those points are absolutely valid. The only difference is because this music shit is like, you know, this shit is in me. I can't afford to. I got a limit on how much give a fuck that I can offer that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like so,
See,
so
see.
my thing is that listen, you know, all of that shit is nice, and those guys, you know, all of that's cool. But what we doing? You know what I'm saying? And then it's time to get to it. And because we are who we are, we represent what we do concerning the brand. It ain't nothing to figure out. You know, something that just makes sense. To where maybe for Mark is like, you know, the process is somewhat, you know, baby steps until he feels like he wants to be more involved in the process, even though he'll be involved all the way through in one way or another. Maybe it ain't so much of the out front shit. But what I do know is isn't fair is pushing on him like what we were doing during the Rum Shaker album. Like, yo, okay, here are the thoughts for this. Learn this
Mm.
rap for Rum Shaker. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Butter, go, okay, learn this rap for My Cutie. You know, learn this so and so for Knocking Boots. Learn this for Wreckx, and all of that kind of shit. It's unfair to where he said a little while ago where he is right now, just disconnected from music. And and there's nothing wrong with that because that's his truth, right? That's his authentic self speaking when he says that. The one thing that he's not disconnected from, I guarantee you though, that motherfucker ain't disconnected from listening to the music that he like. I guarantee you that. Mark ain't getting away from the music that he like to
Yeah,
listen to
yeah,
because that shit is just
yeah.
in him. So
Hmm.
it's not a matter of you know whether or not it can. It's just a matter of being sincere in your process, so everybody feels comfortable in their offering what their strength is, and then you go from there and let it do what
And,
it do. You know?
and the reason why I said like start at small steps, like small increments, is
It
because the
should
way the
though.
music
That's true.
industry, yeah, the
Yeah,
way the
you
music
should.
industry is now, people go in
Yeah,
the
you got to
studio.
two-piece them. You can't give them too much at first.
Yeah,
You're right.
you can't. They go to the studio, do a song, and put it right on the internet. You know what I'm saying? It's not like how it is before. Like you would develop a song and then you build a concept about behind what that song is, and you create a video thought of how you gonna broadcast it. It's not like that now.
Mm.
It's not like that now, and I would hate to go out there just because we Wreckx-N-Effect and we had a multi-platinum album and a multi-platinum single that we could go out there. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. I would love to give the people what they want. I don't think I love going and performing with Aqil. And I love performing with Aqil and Teddy. I love to look out in the crowd and see people saying my lyrics or saying all kill lyrics or saying Teddy lyrics or even just singing a verse of Rum Shaker, you know, but the music industry is not what it
Mm.
used to be.
Yeah.
People like I listen to songs. I hear a new song every day. Every day, no lie, I hear a new song. And they great songs too. They great songs. But it's hard to win when you just hearing new songs every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've got to do what you've got to do, man. And I think in life, I think we've all got to do what we're comfortable with. And we're not none of us are any younger. And
Right.
you've got to figure out what that balance is, what makes you happy, what makes you tick. I think of one Miles Davis quote I saw recently a clip of. He was asked if nobody listened to your music, would you still make music?
This is
And and
which one?
and Miles Davis looks at the interviewer like, "What are you talking about, you arsehole? Of course I'd make music." His response was, "Yes, I'd still make music because I love music." And
Right.
you love music, Markell. Like whether it's the creation of the music or whatever it is, that, you have it, and
Mhm.
figure out if there is a something that can work in a more creative way. If it does, great. If it doesn't, that's okay. But you have to do what suits you, bro, and that's it. And
I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that. And you're right. You're right. You're right. But like I said, it really leans on Teddy and Aqil too. You know, um, it's they creative energy
Mm.
that I depend on. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I don't want to do one without the other. Like I
Mm.
don't want to do something with Aqil and not Teddy, and I don't want to do something with Teddy and not Aqil. Because when I'm honestly, I don't want to do nothing without Aqil because when I came in this industry, I came in this industry with Aqil and Brandon. It's already hard, being here without Brandon, and that's my honest truth. It's hard. So just to go do a show with Teddy without Aqil sometimes, excuse my language, but that shit really be hard because it's a song with all three of us on it. And I'm looking to my left and my right, and I'm just seeing Teddy, but I'm not seeing Aqil. You know, and that those be shows that Teddy had with his new little, not little group, but his new group. You know, but when I do shows with Aqil, that energy is just something totally different, man. I swear, I feel like it's a breath of fresh air to know that he's on that stage. So yeah, I would love to do something.
Thank you, man.
And like I say, I every time somebody asks me, will I ever do another show? Yeah, with my partner though.
I must say that I've listened to loads of interviews. I've probably done over 300, but I have to appreciate the brotherhood that between the two of you because I think that's something that people will appreciate when they watch this is the how much love and respect you have for one another. And actually, because that's stuff that men don't necessarily do, is to heap a lot of praise to a brother and in public like that, and so that's is something that I have to appreciate what you've been doing, Mark, and it just seems so natural, but it isn't. It's very rare to see. So that's really really powerful just to be able to see that
Nah,
and
because
witness that.
yeah, that's just my truth though, man. We were childhood friends before this industry. And like I said, it's just not me and Arkell or Brandon. It's a bunch of us. So like when we used to go on the road, it used to be a bunch of us going on the road together. It might be me and him and Brandon on stage, but it was a bunch of us on, because it was our way of getting away from our I ain't gonna say a nightmare because living in Harlem was a blessing for me. I hate that I left, to be honest with you. And I wish I could afford to go back, but that's not to me.
hey, man.
Yeah. Because when you move to the South and you get what you get for that money, you ain't getting that in New York.
No.
Nowhere in New York. Nowhere near New York. Not Jersey or nothing. So yeah, that's just my truth, man. That's just my
Mm,
truth, man. That's we ain't got the same blood, but we got the same love. I love that dude. And I love all my dudes.
mm,
You know, um, and like I said, I wouldn't form no group or go solo without, because this was his dream. This wasn't my dream. My dream was to play basketball or play football or just be a normal person. If none of that worked, I just happened to be around some brilliant people in this industry as far as like Brandon was multi-talented. Arkell is talented. Teddy is talented. I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't have no talent, but I don't have their talent.
No, man. No,
You
that ain't
know.
right, man. That ain't right. You do, and I tell you why. Like
Yeah,
talking about Funky Mama earlier, right? And I know what
Uh
that was Teddy. But and Aqil rightly said, he said like sometimes it's not about who's just the talent. It's about all of the components coming together. And I can't explain what those songs sounded like. I don't know what you were involved in or what you weren't involved with, but I know what it sounded like to my ears. And I'm telling you, whatever was on the Funky Mama Productions was just next level shit, man. It was just
Yeah. We put together but that was a team though, man. That was team effort. Like getting back to Gene. When Gene and Teddy was one, it was perfect. Because then you pulled in Bernard Bell.
Mm.
You had Timmy Gatlin at first. You had Bernard Bell. You had Mucho Walter Scott. Well, no, Mucho came after Gene. Who else was around?
Yeah, you had
Who else was
Aaron.
around?
Yeah, you had Aaron.
Aaron and them. Yeah, you had Aaron. Aaron did write songs with Teddy. Aaron did write songs with Teddy and Timothy Gatlin. You had Carell.
Yeah, Carell.
Uh,
Okay.
William McCart.
who else was there? Aqil.
You naming every you think the gears, you damn sure calling off all of the primary gears. You didn't name Bob. Big Bob. Bob was a force
Yeah, Big
as
Bob,
well. I
Tammy
mean,
Lucas, Tammy Lucas.
Tommy Lucas
It
is
was
here.
yeah,
mhm.
that was your team. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That was your formula. That's everything you stuck in the pot. You know what I'm saying? Teddy was the hot sauce on everything. So when you start losing that,
Mm.
the ingredients is not all in there. Now you're
Mm.
getting a soup that's watery.
Mm.
And not to say that what Teddy is doing is not it's not he me personally, I think Teddy is locked in with Michael Jackson time. I know I'm gonna catch
What
a
you
lot of
mean by
flack
that?
from my brother.
What
Because
you
if
mean
you
by that?
listen to
Unpack that.
if you listen to everything he do, it got a lot of Michael Jackson sound effects in it.
Mm.
It sounded like something he would have done on the Dangerous album so that's me though. That's just
Mm.
me.
When the last
I'm
time? When the
being
last
a,
time you heard his work? When the last time you heard shit from him?
and that's the problem. I haven't heard anything in a minute. Like I said, I've been so far removed from music that I just told you I can't even sit in the studio. When the
Hey
last
man,
time you
listen.
heard something?
Let me update you real quick. I heard some shit from Teddy, man. Me, him, and Ty sat on the phone. This may be about a year and a half ago. And I didn't know what I was in store for. We shot some joints back and forth. But all I could say is that 100% of the shit that I heard was like, yo, I wasn't expecting any of that. And I expected it to be good. But one thing that it proved to me is this. I would always say this about people like Mike Tyson and Teddy. I would say, those are the type of people that you can't ever count them out
Yeah,
because
underestimate them. Yeah,
that certain thing, they got this thing to where it only takes them to, you know, it take Mike with the right leverage and the right timing and speed, and you going out. You know what I mean? And it's the same sort of thing. There's certain people that you can't ever count out. And it was one of those moments that I realized that, damn, this fucking me, like this shit is all on another level. You know what I mean? Like this is not, I didn't expect this. This is not yesterday. It's not even right. It's like this it's just tomorrow. It's like this shit it's special, bro. That's all I'm saying. And I heard a
well, I
lot
mean,
of it.
maybe I
I
need
heard
to
a
go to
lot of
maybe I need to go to Teddy house and sit down with him and listen to some stuff.
Do that.
it. That
Yeah,
shit
let
they
me.
play. Hey,
I'm
listen,
sorry. I'm sorry. Well, let me edit what I said
tell him
out.
play all that shit for me that you play for Aqil.
Yeah,
And you
that's
gonna hear some
exactly
shit.
what.
Cause
Well, when I go out
he
there, I'm
got
going
it,
out
G.
there next week. I'm going out there next week. um
Yeah,
I just feel like he he I don't know what he's waiting for. I don't know what he's waiting for. Well, he keep telling me stuff about, that he's working with his new group, his new guys.
Yeah,
And
Kajipana.
um and man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all guys, man. Them guys sound amazing, man. Them guys sound amazing, man. I mean, I hate the fact that he got a guy that sounds better than Aaron at this stage in life. You know what I'm saying? Because Aaron is too original for me. Even though he came in sounding like Charlie Wilson, he's just too original for me.
Yeah,
I don't. It's hard. It's hard to accept someone that sound like Aaron Hall. So but when I hear this guy sing on stage, if you close your eyes, you would just think that Aaron is right there in front of you singing. The other guys, they don't sound like Chauncey, Dave Hollister, but they sound good. They sound real good.
That Aaron
But
dude, what's his name? Always forget his name. Norm or something.
I don't
I know
know.
one thing. He's talented. I always felt like Aaron was a combination of Charlie and Stevie. I felt like he had
Yeah. See,
the
Aaron is a one
prowess,
of one, man.
power.
He's a one of one.
Yeah,
It,
yeah.
it,
I don't
it's,
think that he's pure Charlie. There's something else. There's a strength and an edge that Aaron had that did something different for our generation, because Charlie
uh-huh.
Wilson, we knew about him from the Gap Band, but Aaron offered something that resonated with us differently, even though we were already aware of this sound that clearly inspired him. There was something else. And I think it's the merger of those two, the energy and the force of Stevie, and that grit of Stevie, and the skill set of the tone that's met. So when you bring those two things together, Aaron was like the harmony of that experience happening. So that's the best way I can explain it, but it damn
You
sure
you
hit
you
different,
yeah,
you know.
you know what the sad part about it is that we keep saying was. You know what I'm saying? I
Now
want
we
I
saying
want
was though regarding the timing though, Mark. Not that he
Yeah,
can't, you
yeah,
know what I mean?
but I heard Aaron sing on stage, and I heard better from Aaron. And
Okay.
I don't want to discredit. I love Aaron. Don't get me wrong. I love Aaron. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take that away from him. But I don't know what's going on with him, that his voice don't sound the same. But just like Charlie Wilson, if he get it back together, he'll be all right. But he gotta want to get it back together. Because that's I don't care what anybody could hear out of somebody else. They want to hear it from Aaron.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They want to hear. Listen, if Aaron and Teddy and Damien could get it together, their situation would be just as big as New Edition, probably bigger.
Yeah.
Them
Because
niggas
you
crazy.
got
They need a grounding rod, Mark. Them niggas
yeah.
crazy. They only can stay
But you know
together
what?
when
We
when
always say that. We always say this shit, Aqil.
Gene was their grounding rod,
Yeah.
man. It's
Yeah.
Aaron and Teddy. Gene was their grounding rod. And without him in the picture, is something like is the forces of the both of them, their
Mm-hmm.
creative differences, whatever it is, the shit just
Mm-hmm.
goes haywire after a little while. It'll start off nicely, and then they'll see things. Teddy will see things one way because he's bald-headed when it comes to his musical direction and whatever he feels is in. And Aaron to get on his shit, he's bald-headed. Later on, Damien may have become, probably more involved in that, but Damien was never the problem with them getting along, certainly on that first album and not even on the second album. Damien was never the issue. It was never him in my observation of things,
The
that was
issue with
stirring
Damien,
stirring
the
shit up.
issue with Damien is being the Aaron brother. There's no other issue other than that.
Mm.
And I'm not saying Teddy have an issue. It's just a trust to say, like, how could I trust this guy if 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 me and his brother don't even get along like this?
Mm.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I
Yeah.
see what
You know
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying? So
And
so so it's not. And Teddy say that all the time. He said it to me all the time. Like, yo, I'll do this and that, and Damien be this way, but then all of a sudden it's like it changed to this.
Mm.
mm,
How could I trust this
yeah,
guy? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So it's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's,
Yeah, I don't know what it is with at this rate, and by issue, I'm
man,
just meaning the ability for
if New
them.
Edition, if New Edition out of what 40 years of making music could get together and do a tour, do two tours a year.
Yeah. They're doing the third
You know what I'm
major
saying?
tours now. Yeah.
But you know what,
Get
Mark?
along. What?
It's something different though. You touched on this earlier. It's something different. As simple as this may seem, it's something different
I
when you
think I know what you're
came
gonna
up.
say.
You
Yeah,
already
in the
know
mud with
when
each
you
other.
came
Yeah,
when you came up from the mud, the shit is a little different. You could dig a little deeper during those
yeah.
times, and there's extents that you're not willing to go to, and places that you're willing to sit down to find resolve. Versus when you meet somebody and they already up in their mid to over the hump of their 20s. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And by that
But
stage in life, you're not
in
as
a
vested. You're not as vested with that person. And you are
uh,
willing to, you know a lot about life without that person being there. So it's
right,
easier in that situation to go back to life as you know it or as you knew it before you knew that person, because you got so much life invested before you knew that. You know what life is like without them, and you know what life is like with them. But when you got people that come up so early together, you don't know. You know more about life together than you know about life apart, and
apart.
that's
Right,
Mm.
that's
right.
the difference in situations like that. And whether it's music or not, how vested you are in that relationship, considering the amount of time y'all have known each other, been through shit. You know the shit we done been through together. We done been through some shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And because of that, we can dig into we have a reservoir of things of value to dig into when it comes well, if we ever face in a time where it's like, man, you know what, I ain't fucking with that nigga. I ain't
Uh-huh.
fucking with that nigga. Yeah, we could say that in that moment, but then we got a reservoir that goes deeper than the depth of that I ain't fucking with that nigga moment. And that'll be
Right.
enough to at least get us to the table. But if you don't have that reservoir, it's easy for you to just stop at the I ain't fucking with a moment. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because you can't really go no deeper. And I think we unsubconsciously rely on stuff like that in our difficult times. And the thinner that experience is, if your reservoir only goes to your experience in music, all right, you may be able to
Yeah.
convince yourself that this person doesn't matter and I can do this music thing without that person a lot easier than somebody that's meaningful to you without the music, and you got the music on top of that.
Mm.
And that's the difference. I think that makes people say, well, you know what, to hell with this. You know what I'm saying? All together, to hell with this, versus, all right, listen, man, let's do this shit and blah 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 blah, whatever it is you gotta say. And I'm not trying to oversimplify their thing, man. Their thing is unique to them. I'm just saying, based on
I
observation
I
of their
think I
shit.
think that I think they have internal personal issues with each other too. And I think they both at fault at of things that they've done to each other. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? And I'm saying not just each other as Teddy and Aaron. I mean Teddy, Aaron, and Damien. Uh 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 and I don't think they're friends enough to overcome some of the things that they done to each other.
But you think if Timmy
You know,
Gatlin hadn't left Do you think Guy would have been as big as
That would
New
have kept that
Edition?
would have kept that would have kept the balance.
Mm.
Yeah,
That would
Timmy
have kept the
Timmy would have been a
balance.
sufficient. He would have absolutely been a sufficient grounding rod as well for them,
Hmm.
without question. Without question.
Timmy
From
was a great outspoken person. You know, he's gonna tell you how he feel. He's not gonna sugarcoat it. He was never gonna sugarcoat it. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna tell you if you're wrong. He's gonna tell you if you're right. He gonna give you his good opinion on everything. You know, and I don't know I don't know how well Timmy knew Aaron, but I know Aaron met Teddy through Timmy.
Mm.
So
yeah,
I think that would have been the perfect situation. But you know, that's not the situation though.
Yeah.
You know, so like my mama used to say that if it was a fifth, we all be drunk. You
Yeah.
know,
if
so
if was a fifth, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
yeah,
Word.
yeah. But and I wish that would have happened because Timmy deserved that spot.
Yeah.
Timmy deserved that spot. That was Timmy Group.
Mm.
You know, remember that
Hmm.
started out as kids at work.
Mm.
Yeah, Timmy
Yeah, that's
responsible for bringing all that shit together. He brought
yeah,
it together.
Timmy. Yeah. That was
Yeah.
Yo,
Timmy
the funny
Group.
shit is Timmy's idea to bring God together. Timmy's idea for Wreckx-N-Effect. Well, fucking Timmy had a lot of
Yeah.
ideas.
No, Timmy was. That's what I'm saying. When you have a great core of people around you, it helps. It
Mm.
helps. It keep you grounded. It keep everything grounded
Yeah.
because you don't have somebody just saying yeah just to be saying yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's you know what? That's why I could sit here and say how I feel and how I love Aqil because or any of my guys because I was never the tough guy in my group, my crew. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I beat up everybody and everybody gonna just be bowing down to me. It was people that say F you, Markell, you know, and I have to deal with that. I mean, people gonna say that to Puff. Fuck you, Puff. You know what I'm saying? You might have some people saying that now, but when Puff was out here doing that, take that, and you know, all that other stuff,
Take that. Take
ruling the
that.
world, it wasn't nobody saying, I mean, it wasn't too many people saying, you know, F you, you's an idiot or anything like that. So, you know, those people you need around, you need people that's gonna tell you
Mm.
those things.
I would
That's
like to
why I don't
believe Heavy was probably the closest thing to that around Puff,
Heavy
you
was a
know.
mentor to Puff. Heavy was
Mm.
more
Mhm.
of the big brother figure to Puff. He wasn't his right
Right.
hand man or anything. You know,
Mm.
Heavy was the medium between Puff and Andre.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Because at one point in time, you know, Andre was the kingpin, and
Mm.
then Puff worked his way up to being Puff. I mean, Andre, boss like type person.
Mm.
So, but Heavy was there to like, yo, chill. This is who put you in the position you in.
Mm.
You know, so he was that he like you would say, Markell, before. I don't know if you still say it. That was your happy medium right there. He
Mm.
was your in between person. Teddy Teddy lost that a while ago. You know, because I'm not gonna sit here. We ran through so many people like I mean, excuse my language, but like they were broads or something, son. You know, it's like once somebody disagree with you, they might get fired.
Mm.
You know, or that person might be too scared to disagree with you because he might get fired.
Mm.
But that's not healthy.
My
Yeah.
point.
And
Yeah.
are there any other, sorry, I know it's very late, but on this side it's very late, but I got one last thing I wanted to ask. Is there any grounding rod that you think might be able to help bring balance to the kingdom again?
Um,
Anybody? Is there anybody out there that you think? So you mentioned Tim.
not living, no. But we could sit here and try. I'm not going to say that it can't be done. We could do it, but you gotta, in order to be a boss, you gotta lead with an iron fist. Right? But that don't mean you bully everybody. You know, use my language, but like our president right now, he's a bully boss.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't do it his way, you're out. That's not the way you rule. I mean, not rule, but not the way you employ your people.
Mm.
But now you're employing people under fear.
Mm.
You know, people scared to do their job. So they doing the job the way you want them to do it, not the way they supposed to do it.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah, there's so many dynamics that changed now versus how things were. It's different when you got people that are in position because they need to be in that position, and
mm-hmm.
it's being built up in that way versus when things, evolve, and now you got a whole different business structure and things that becomes the new norm. So kind of like recreating, what it takes on today's terms. It's very different. You have a personal handle on things and the way that things work. So unless the right situation shows up to where there's a turnover, so to speak, of this is how things are done. I want this person to be that person now to kind of oversee how all of this stuff happens. Whatever the variety of those things may be, but it's just not, the elements are not the same, essentially, is what I'm saying, for it to just be that simple as one particular ground and rod.
Mm.
The elements are not the same, because you got to be able to get under the hood of what's going on all around you. You know what I mean? Concerning that business, what's happening, and then there has to be a comfort level with that person being at the helm of all of those different ventures or whatever it is that's going on, because those things are already in the works. They already going. There's relationships that are already in place. So you know,
I think it's
so
I think it's hard. I think it's hard for Teddy to do music and run a company. You know, because Teddy is more of a creative person.
Mm.
Then why should
You
he do
know, I'm,
why should he do that? Like if his skill set is in one particular area, that is clearly what he should focus.
because he lost trust. When you lose
mhm.
trust, you can't you don't depend on nobody. You don't you can look at somebody and say I trust them, but do you really trust them?
Mm.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good
Mm.
You know what
point,
I'm
man.
saying?
The fact being
When you
mindful too that that's what happened. That's important.
um um losing my mom, and I didn't think it. I think it's before. I think it happened before that, but losing her really did something for him because uh 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 if he got peace from anywhere, it definitely was my mama.
Mm.
Even when he was mad at her, he couldn't be mad at her.
All Teddy gotta
So
realize, all Teddy gotta realize is how many people at his at the core that know him before all of the success and all of the fame
mhm.
sincerely, genuinely loves him, one, and is in his corner. I think along the way it's been a little bit difficult for him to really grasp that. And then, a variety of reasons, who knows. But one thing I know for sure is that there's a core of us, man, that from the beginning of time, no matter how difficult things may have gotten along the way, there's a core of people that's, you know, that San Teddy Corner, man, that that's far more than he has ever really realized. And I say that because the invites to those that weren't so were representative of, you must not realize how much you mean to the people that's right around you, the people that you mean more to. The person, the soul is worth more than the fame that you can afford them, or whatever it is you can give them. And if you don't, if you it takes the person to see that, and tap, and be, one, see it, and two, be willing to tap into that, to really experience what that's like. You know what I'm saying? But because I see it for him. I know the shit is there. But me knowing it don't, it don't really mean nothing. All I could do is represent my portion of what that is. And but I know it even beyond my portion. But I'm more familiar with that for him than he knows that, because he hasn't really loaned himself to that thing. But it's always been there, and it's still there. He's just, whatever, his process is that, it's tough for him to find comfortability after he's been exposed to people that were just simply there for the take. Teddy got a slew of people that don't give a damn about no take. They care about Teddy.
Yeah.
Word.
Yeah.
But he has to realize that for himself. You know what I mean? But that's there. He ain't ever been shy of that. He's just been shy of acknowledging that for himself.
Yeah, and I guess just as you know, as I in evidence how you both show love and appreciation for each other, which is definitely a rarity. Um, we would still hope, as I said, that you guys surprise us with something, uh, just to keep the brand going. You could,
No,
you
we
know.
go, we go, we go, we gonna work on, we gonna work on something. We gonna work on something. We definitely gonna work on something. But we just gotta, we gonna work on something. We ain't gotta just do nothing. We just gotta do it.
Yeah, even
We
if you
gotta
had
do it.
some tracks that didn't make the hardest smooth album or
Nah,
stuff.
I don't want to
Okay.
go doing that.
No,
This my thing is, we
we
just,
ain't digging in the past.
we so spread out. We gotta meet in one place and just sit there for a little while, maybe
Maybe,
a week or two,
maybe
and
you
just go ahead. I'm sorry, VJ.
maybe you document that as well. Like you get it, like you get somebody to video some of that, so you get some footage, and
Oh
you
yeah, I mean, in this day and age, you document everything. Yeah, lucky I ain't got on my daggone Ray-Bans, my Ray.
Metaverse.
I've been documenting this. Nah, but yeah, we gonna do something, man. I hope and pray that we do something, man. I
Yeah.
mean, you know what? To be honest with you, that would make Aqil mama proud, and that would make my mama proud.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know when we was doing music with each other, our mamas was happy. Like I remember when I came home to do the old timers day, man. Miss Lanny was so excited and happy about that one day.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And I know how my mom talked about Aqil.
Mm.
She like if I go visit her at Teddy house, she'll ask me about Aqil, how he doing. It's just, and I'm quite sure he got the same thing when his mom was here.
Mm.
And not only that, I could just imagine, like, cause I could see, I could picture his mom saying, "How's that old Markell doing?" You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
that's because we go back to me fishing that damn cable wire out the window down to your apartment. So y'all got cable too, and I got, yo. When cable first came to our projects, there was a time when cable, they had these little splitters, and the wire. I figured out you could put a split on there and attach a wire. I split
It's,
the
it's,
split the
it's,
wire. Magnum needed a signal. I fished the cable wire out my window down to their window so they could hook up their cable box. Man, my grandmother found that cable. What you doing with this cable going out the window? Oh, Markell and them, blah, blah, blah. You better, da, 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 da.
They could get their own cable. Yeah. Hey,
So we
man, listen.
go back.
See. Yeah. So I know how, and that's what I think about, man. That's what it's just not so much doing music just to please the masses. But I know how my mom felt about us doing it.
Yeah.
We always had an open door. Like pretty much all our friends had an open door policy for each other. I know if I didn't get nothing to eat, or if I leave my house and I go upstairs and they cooking, it was always, hey, you hungry?
Yeah, you already. We gonna eat Evo apartment. We in.
Yeah. So I do it just because of that. Ain't nobody really got to like the music. I just know how it would make certain people that like my homeboy Chuck. That would make him happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just not my parents. It's just friends that's not here.
Yeah.
Too. It's people that's not here that I know.
Hey, John.
They enjoy us enjoyed us doing this.
Yeah. I mean,
it meant just as much as it meant to them. I mean, it meant to us. It meant the same thing to them.
Yeah.
To see the joy in that.
Yeah, and as I said, you've got a global fan base. You both have officially passed Tammy Lucas.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. That's why I kept stretching it.
You've officially passed Tammy Lucas.
Tell Tammy how we beat her.
Tammy, you've been officially
I never
knocked out the
thought
box.
anybody would pass Tammy Lucas 4 hours a day.
I really enjoyed it, and that one particular question, I'm happy that you brought it out there. And Aqil addressed it about that album.
Yeah.
Not that I had anything negative to say. I just didn't know what to say, So, and I'm being honest, I just didn't know what to say.
I think it was only fair that I addressed that question on Mark, because a lot of that shit was on my shoulders. That whole project was really just, it was me just pretty much just forcing shit through that I didn't, I wasn't in a space to really care about, those other things that were important at the time. But like we said, you're dealing with hothead kids, man. You know what I mean? And those were the decisions. And to that, I'll say this. I think that's a great segue to say this, that when there's times, as there will be, times that you hear things from me musically that don't the Wreckx-N-Effect brand, that just means that I know that and other that don't represent what we do, that's a different energy than Wreckx-N-Effect. So, anything that you hear.
You are breaking up so badly, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, goodness.
There's other. You follow me?
Oh no, you kind of broke up.
We ain't had nothing you just said for the last half a minute. You in the elevator, that's why.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
You're about to hear me now. You're about to hear me. Yo, you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, so what I was saying was, when you hear anything from me that's independent of that's separate from the brand, know that's no indication that there's any sort of turmoil or anything like that, or that we're not, what we are as a unit. Is just that there's more that I have to offer that doesn't involve the energy of the brand. It's a different experience. When you're hearing from me, myself, I'm literally offering what it is that that affects me. It's not about the collective. It's about how I feel about a thing and what it is, my creative expression in that space. So it's a separate thing. You know, that's me just making sure that I give back everything that that God put in me, because I realize this, you know, that stuff ain't for you to hold on to. And sometimes I could be notorious for that. But there's creative expressions that got to be given back, man. That's going to touch lives, and you know what I mean? It means something to people far beyond what you know. But none of that has anything to do with the value of Wreckx-N-Effect and what Wreckx-N-Effect means and represents, you know, to us, and what we need to do regarding that as well. You know what I'm saying? So just so you clear about that, because sometimes, you know, you hear and see things and you'd be like, oh, okay, well, they must not be. No, one thing has nothing to do with the other in that space. You're dealing with somebody that has a lot to offer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you know what, when you did Total Control,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand the what you were saying back
Which
in
part?
no the album, the song, because I'm
Okay.
not in the business. And now if I listen to it, I'm like, damn, this is, you're talking about the music business and the whole thing. I mean,
Oh
now it makes
yeah.
sense, but back then, you know, most of us didn't know about all the behind the scenes stuff. And so it's, as I said, sometimes it's always good to go
How
back
you
and
doing?
listen and open your ears to listen. So now I listen to Total Control. I'm like, damn, he's talking about how they, you know, the whole thing Prince used to talk about, like, you know, the whole contracts and all that stuff. Most of
Yeah.
us as fans, we were just listening to the rap and didn't really understand what was going on. And so that's the kind of thing that you said. If you've got stuff to say, then yeah, then do it. Then Markell, you did what's that Blackstreet song? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh,
Uh,
I'm giving me all my
Give me
love.
your
Black
loving,
Sheep.
yeah, yeah. And you kind of gave your kind of vibe like chilly. So you can see the contrast between when you guys do something separate. You've got the fun flow, and Aqil has a real serious message, and then when you come
Yeah, yeah.
together, there's a very different thing that you guys
It's a
present.
it's
So
it's a it's a good medium in there for both of us together.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I could tell
So
you a funny, speaking of Total Control, a quick funny backstory of that song. After we had finished, the Future album was just released, and me and Teddy was in L.A. at this time, and we walking around the Beverly Center, and we run into Flavor Flav,
Wow.
and Flav starts going in about the new release of this guy record. Here's the Future. He was like, "Oh, yo, this joint is crazy. Da, da, da. Yo, that song, yo, Total Control, blah 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 blah. Yo, that joint is crazy, man. Who is that kid on there?" And I'm standing right next to Teddy. So Teddy goes, "That's him right there." You know, so it
Wow.
was just the craziest experience, because up until that point, I had never met Flav before. So it
Ah,
was real dope for him to unwittingly be recognizing, you know, one of my works and not knowing that I'm standing right there in front of him. So that was the beginning of our rapport, man. So love Flav. That was dope.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
Namdi, I say, if it suits, and if it suits these guys, maybe at some point, I don't know when, we can have a part two to this, because there's we got 40 questions today, 40 questions for you. I think I
yeah.
asked two of them.
Y'all set it up, but y'all can't. Yeah, listen, my wife just bought me some dinner home right here.
Yeah,
Look,
that's yeah, yeah,
Please
definitely.
apologize to her on.
so we gonna have to do this around another time
Yeah,
other than dinner time.
yeah, no, no.
Nah, I'm just I'm joking with you. We was supposed our niece is in town and
Okay.
Man, I
my
thought this was going to be about an hour
Yeah,
tops.
yeah, no. As I said,
Dude.
you've set the record, but yeah, as VJ says,
yeah.
we'll probably do it live because you'd get a lot of the fans being able to ask questions live. So
Well, we could do a part two. I mean, y'all just reach out.
yeah.
I'm not hard to find. DJ, I don't even know why you ain't even hit me up on Facebook. We Facebook. I see everything with you and your family, your dad birthday, and all that stuff.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll
You,
come out. I'll come
why
out.
you my Facebook friend if you're not gonna say nothing to me, man?
True, man. It's true. I'll come and have a coffee with you in Charlotte one day.
No, you know what? I'm gonna come to London.
Anytime. You are welcome.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit you up. Now don't say that now. Pop up. That's not a hard thing to do now.
But lovely to have you both on. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for joining us.
Likewise, thank you for having
Yeah.
me.
Hey, thank you, fellas, man, and I appreciate this. Doing this with y'all. Y'all
Yeah.
really brought out. Y'all really brought out a lot. And y'all really cleared up a lot. Not negative, but y'all brought understanding to a lot of things.
Yeah. No, I definitely appreciate you guys, and I think one of the things people understand is that everything's about, it's all positive, it's all, and I have to appreciate the fact that you're the only people who have said anything positive about Gene, which has shifted my perspective slightly, because
Yeah.
I've interviewed, Sprague, Mucho, all the guys from Basic Black.
Well. Now let me
Uh,
say this. Now, everybody experience ain't our experience.
yeah.
So I don't take anything away from what they said. Now they might be 100. See, I have a whole lot of respect for Gene, but not only Gene. Gene is not here to fight for himself, so I'm not going to say anything negative
Mm-hmm.
about somebody who's not here to fight for himself. And not
Yeah.
only that, he have a wife and kids too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And if I
Yeah.
wasn't here, I would want somebody to have that same respect for me. Gene
Yeah.
may
Yeah.
have done
Yeah.
some things wrong, but he done a whole lot of things right.
Yeah.
A lot of them, a lot of
Yeah.
them.
So
And
so so
I'll
so.
say that I'll say this. And first of all, I appreciate you recognizing that, Mark, because that's the cornerstone of my position concerning him, regardless whether good or bad. The fact of the matter is that's just one of our cardinal rules that we stand by when it comes to somebody that's no longer here. We got to be limited and respectful towards that. If they don't have the ability
Mm.
to
To fight for themselves,
fight for
to speak up
themselves
for
or say
themselves. Yeah.
something to counter what it is, because for all we know, they may have something to say to counter that. But I got to know as I came into young manhood, coming into a man. I got to know Gene from a different space where even doing business with him. There's times that Gene would call me, man, and the bread was fucked up. You know what I mean? On my part. And Gene would say, "What's up with you, man? I don't know this call is coming in. You all right? Oh, yeah, Gene. Listen, man, is your money all right? Do you need anything? You know what
Is
I'm
your
saying?
money
Like,
all
fuck
right?
all of, yeah. Like, I don't want to hear none of the niceties. Don't try to sweep this by. I'm calling to find out, are you all right? And that came from times when I had to be there for Gene. When he would come to me and say, yo, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. We do that. You know what I'm saying? And holding one another accountable in terms of if you say you're gonna do something, then don't think that you could just brush by that. We ain't addressed that last thing. You know what I mean? If you said you was gonna do X, Y, and Z, then that's what you're supposed to do before we can move forward. And these are positions that I had to take early, because when you come into adulthood, is important for you to make it clear where you stand and how you do things. And I'm only saying that to say this, that I didn't encounter anybody along the way. And this doesn't, once again, try to, fluff things up or anything like that. It's just a matter of knowing that when you deal with somebody that's willing to be honorable to you, then you have, from that point forward, no matter what you thought prior to, you got to be willing to represent that, because your experience is different. You know what I'm saying? And so that was the difference between, the whole total control time and then knowing life later on, and you find out more, you experience more. You gotta be fair in your offering. You know what I mean? So that's what I did when everything was just based on fuck that. We riding with Teddy, and we did exactly what we were supposed to do according to the person that introduced us to Gene. We did exactly what we were supposed to do. Ride with Teddy. Teddy said, "That's what it is. That's what we doing." Right? But at the
Mm,
same time, when you grow into your own and you realize there's more to this, that the very least you can do is honor up about that and leave that last point of view alone,
mm.
at best. Like you can't support that anymore because now you know that there's a lot more to this individual than just that aspect. So, just in fairness, man, I just want
Yeah.
to,
And that's what we that's as I said, that's it's a good reflection and it's a good way for and as Veej says that Teddy in his book reconciled in his book about Gene and painted a very different picture towards the end, which surprised me because I was one of the cheerleaders of the anti Gene Griffin brigade, and so
Yeah. See,
but
but but that's the bad part about putting stuff out there because people only getting to know your side
mm,
of things. And not to say that Teddy's side wasn't wrong. Not to say that the opinion that Aqil have for Gene ain't wrong. Not to say that. See, my opinion for Gene ain't got nothing to do with money and what he possibly could have stole from anybody.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? Gene was a real father figure. You know what I'm saying? Gene held us down unknowingly.
mm,
His presence alone, you know, would have just kept somebody, kept people from thinking the wrong thing about you or try
at
to do the
bay,
wrong thing to you.
mm,
at
You know what I'm saying?
bay.
So,
yeah,
so, so, and not to say that he was the toughest, but Gene handled his business,
mm,
you know. But, but he never showed me wrong,
yeah.
you know.
But also, if you think about it, those who were signed to Uptown, I mean, I've spoken to all of them, they had the same situation with Andre, but Andre, and as I said, he's not around, but they also had, whether it's Jodeci, Mary, they all had the situation where they look back and says, "Where's all the money?" So as you guys started off by saying, is that was the standard. But the only thing
Yeah,
is, I think the whole credits and stuff.
when you sign a contract, that's what you got to abide by until you legally free from that contract.
Yeah,
So if you sign the contract, long as they pay you what's in that contract, that's what you're supposed to get.
yeah.
And that still stands to this day. Yeah. Ain't nobody had a perfect first deal.
No, no, no,
Nope.
not one,
Ain't nobody in this industry ever had a perfect first deal.
not one
Hey,
Because
and
if
person.
guess what
somebody,
else? Neither were we policing that deal, but so much because we weren't trying to mess up that opportunity. That's the
they're going
truth of the
right.
matter. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying? The
yeah,
situation that we were stepping in was so much better than the situation that we were in.
that we were
We
in
were
Hmm.
not
already, right?
prepared to say, well, every I isn't
See,
dotted, every T isn't
that
crossed, so we're not doing this. We wasn't
and that's
prepared to
why
do that. And those are the facts. We
that's
weren't
why I
doing
need to
that.
be a
Nah.
part two to this interview
Yeah.
because people don't preach that. People don't
Mm.
preach. Yo, this dude. All you gonna hear is that they took this from me, they took that from me, they took this from me. But you signed that paperwork. You know, you hear people say Puff took such and such publishing and this. He can't take your publishing if you ain't signed it to him.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? He couldn't have taken that if you didn't sign it to him.
Mm.
You just seen that money when he flashed it to you, and you was like, "Yo," you just didn't know the value of your publishing at that time,
You was like, that works for me. I'll take it.
right? So, you we can sit here. Everybody can sit here and complain about they first deal in this industry, especially in the 80s and the 90s. I
Mm.
mean, the 80s, the whole 80s and the early 90s and maybe all the way up to 2000.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody, everybody out here front like they got. If somebody gave you $1 million, believe me, they was getting a couple of $1 million in the back door, through the back door.
Yeah. Yes. Anyway,
You know,
yeah, we've clocked
but
five. We've clocked 5 hours. So
yeah, we're gonna clock.
I admire you guys' tenacity. So we will. Vij will help organize. and we'll do a live one so that fans can start asking questions and stuff, and especially about the deal. But hopefully you'd be prepared to say and get tuned for a new Wreckx-N-Effect track coming out, and
Yeah, maybe we'll play y'all something during that live stream too, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We'll figure out the joint for y'all.
Yeah,
hey man, y'all fellas have a beautiful night, man.
Appreciate y'all.
We appreciate
Yeah.
that.
VJ, appreciate y'all. Thank you very much.
All right.
Hey VJ, you can't be my friend and you ain't saying nothing to me either.
We'll
I'm joking with you, fam.
Oh, I promise. But no, all good. And we won't continue this conversation, but I do want to talk to you guys about a point that you made, Aqil, earlier, and it was basically saying that Gene wouldn't be so short-sighted to focus on the money now, considering how much more money there could be made in. And I'm big on that. I really can't stand short-sighted people that focus on the little deal right now or the little money right now, even if it's
that wasn't him.
But
We'll talk about Gene always looked at the big picture, but we'll get at that.
We get at that because that's a fact.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of Halftime Chat. Please remember to subscribe, share, and comment. But most importantly, why don't you become a member of Halftime Chat? We've got amazing videos, amazing perks, and being able to support the channel. But anyway, thanks for watching. Take care.
I never participated in that kind of.
Somewhere in between us, or even loving us, on which I did miss you.
What was it like growing up?
Still making an impact on 4 houses down.
I have a couple of pieces.
Trying to get this one and that one.
That works for you, but just for me,
No, okay, you're okay.
They don't understand what Jonas boys and men all play it.
I mean, I love all different genres.